Throwing a flashbang. Throwing a flashbang. Grenade out. Guys, I tell you, we kill them all.
Mm-mm. Okay. What the fuck? Oh, there it is. Ah, fuck. Okay. I don't know what the fuck I did here. I did something. I did something. I know that. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't even fix it. Oh, wait, what? That just changes the fucking header. Oh, fuck ass, no, bruh. Nope. Okay. I think it's good. Like that. I can just monitor it. Oh, where'd it go? There it is. fuck is this black? Why does this black fucking box keep coming up? That don't make no sense. That was the second time that's happened. Let's see if it happens on Call of Duty. It only does it in CSGO, and it's not doing it right here on the main screen. I ain't never had that happen before. I ain't never had that happen before. What the fuck? Oh, I see. I know what's going on. Boom, it's gone. But fixed it. Now I can play fucking CSGO. Not Call of Duty. I do not want to play Call of Duty. Me so happy. But you know what is, I know what the girl in me.
Let's roll. Let's make this right as rain. Smoke!
Wow.
One less. That makes two left. They dropped the bomb. Only the one left. Covering the bomb. Counter-terrorists win. We're getting stuck right into them.
I want my beer on the left side. Or on the right side.
Move it.
But I gotta swing that motherfucking thing. Swing that motherfucking knob, you know what I'm saying?
Throwing flashbang.
Oh my god.
I see the bomb carrier.
That's literally a bot. It's gotta be. Okay. Oh, dude, the whole team is bots. What the fuck?
Bomb has been planted.
Oh, I'm fucking retarded.
Terrorists win.
I thought it was over on B, bruh. I thought it was over on B, man.
Move it, son. Okay, that makes three. Bomb carrier spotted. Two targets left. That makes one left. Counter-terrorists win. Right on. Remember, this is bandit country. Shoot everything that moves. Incendiary out. Deploying flashbang. Other entry point. Decoy. I'll make it three to go. Two fellas left.
Oh, I got killed by the bot. No.
One taker left. I'm staying with the bomb. got one out there. None left. Defusing the bomb.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
All right, all right. Let's have it, lads. I'm getting pounded here. Throwing fire. There's 3 left.
Oh my god, the bot got me. I got by the bot.
People out there, army wonky.
Terrorists win.
Go, go, go. Checking their entry point. He's got the bomb.
Oh my god.
Terrorists win.
That was a bot, bruh. I'm getting shat on by the bots.
Are we rushing in? Or are we going sneaky beaky like? Grenade! Checking their entry point.
That was a real person. I was like, bruh.
Need help.
Bomb has been planted.
Let's roll.
Hmm.
Team Deathmatch. Engage and destroy the enemy. All of them.
I'll pay back when I get back on. Yo, Swanson. Kill me. My real name, just. Do you know me? sipping on jelly juice. Jelly juice. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No shot. Ooh, good shot, good shot.
The enemy holds the lead. Clock's ticking.
Ah, damn. Oh, good shot, bro.
The enemy
Ooh,
is gaining
he knew
ground.
it, he knew
Push
it.
them back.
My fault, bro. My fault. Okay, we'll restart. My fault. Oh no. Oh no. Fuck. Try to hit the no scopes too much. This kid keeps coming up and knifing me, bro. Good shot, bro. This dude can knife me.
Mission failed.
Way too
Return
much.
to base. Team Deathmatch. Your mission is simple. You're taking the lead.
Got a fucking hard scope. Got a fucking hard scope. Yeah, behind the wall. Makes sense.
Finish it. Stand by.
Copy that. UAV is on. Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
Mission time is half over. Maintain the lead. Keep it this way. The mission is complete. Good work. Team Deathmatch. Engage and destroy the enemy. All of them.
I was about to shoot.
Ready to deploy.
Got that. UAV is on station.
Got a fucking hard scope. These fucking trash motherfuckers, bro.
UAV is being refueled. RTB at this time.
Task complete. Stay sharp. Mission time is half complete. Secure the victory. Give it back. We have secured the field. Mission accomplished.
Team deathmatch. All operatives, you're clear to engage. We've taken the lead. We've lost the lead. Secured the lead.
Oh, is he sniping? Oh shit, I'll snipe.
Mission time is up. Maintain the lead.
Copy. UAV not online. UAV is bingo fuel.
Bro, gotta throw and knife me every time you don't hit your fucking stupid ass shot. Fucking suck.
The mission's
Get the
complete.
fuck
Good
out
work.
of my face. I'm gonna go make me some food and we're gonna watch a YouTube video for a second. Get you back to get you a little another nap in.
So Kick just rolled out this new Kick Creative Incentive Program, and it's pretty wild. There's nothing like it in the
In 1957, when McDonald's was doubling the number of restaurants it opened every year, a little-known Florida startup called Instaburger was on the brink of bankruptcy and fighting to keep its doors open. However, this failing business would later become the global fast food empire Burger King, making tens of billions of dollars a year and operating in over 100 countries around the world.
So what was one big hamburger?
The truth of how they achieved this is crazy and involves smashing up their own equipment with an axe. But whilst Burger King is undeniably an inspiring underdog entrepreneurial success story, there's also a dark twist, because the secret to Burger King's success was stolen. The year was 1952, and the wildly popular car hop craze sweeping across America was reaching its pinnacle. All over the country, people were skipping the traditional home-cooked meal to dine out on cheap hamburgers, greasy fries, and thick shakes delivered to their cars by costumed waitresses in paper hats. Pioneering the fast food movement was McDonald's, a fast food business started by two brothers who'd managed to build a hugely popular restaurant thanks to their unique assembly line-style kitchen, which they called their speedy service system. This allowed them to produce large quantities of food very quickly, and as crowds of people lined up to buy their hamburgers, it was clearly a success. However, one day a man named Keith Kramer and his stepfather Matthew Burns paid a visit to McDonald's. They'd been hearing about its popularity and that this hamburger stand was making a profit of $100,000 a year, well over $1 million in today's market, and so they wanted to check it out for themselves. When Keith and Matthew got to McDonald's, it lived up to the hype. They were so impressed with McDonald's streamlined operation that they began researching how they could achieve something similar themselves, as clearly there was a business opportunity to bring this kind of fast food model to other parts of the country, because at this point, the McDonald's brothers just had one single store. However, Keith and Matthew needed a way to figure out how to mass produce food so quickly, and during their research, they stumbled across two pieces of culinary equipment called Miracle Insta machines. The first of these was the Insta Shake machine, which churned out 4 flavors of milkshakes at a rate of roughly 6 per minute, and the second machine was the Insta Broiler oven, which consisted of an automated conveyor system that employed electric heating elements to cook a continuous stream of beef patties while simultaneously toasting an equal number of hamburger buns. After passing through the oven, the toasted buns dropped into a basket while the burgers slid down a chute into a heated vat filled with ketchup, mustard, relish, and special seasonings. The journey from raw beef to sauce-drenched hamburger took just over 90 seconds, meaning the Insta Broiler oven could crank out about 400 burgers an hour. For Keith and Matthew, who were concerned more about volume and efficiency than producing a quality product, this was the perfect answer to McDonald's speedy service system. They made a deal with the inventor of these Insta machines, where Keith and Matthew would have the rights to use them in a new restaurant they were creating in Florida, which they named Insta Burger. This was the predecessor to what later became Burger King, but initially they used the name Insta Burger instead, as the Insta was a direct reference to the Insta machines that produced the burgers so quickly. So although Burger King today might not like to admit this, there's no doubt that Burger King was heavily inspired by McDonald's. The whole business was started because Keith and Matthew wanted to try and replicate McDonald's fast food burger business. Unfortunately for Keith and Matthew, the Insta broiler oven they'd bought to mass produce burgers quickly was nowhere near as good as the intricate system McDonald's had created. In fact, they soon realized the Insta broiler oven broke down almost every few days. It was extremely temperamental, and the quality of burgers it produced wasn't exactly that great either. Ironically though, if the equipment they bought hadn't been faulty, it's quite likely Burger King as we know it today wouldn't exist. But we'll get to that. First though, something strange happened. While construction of the first Instaburger restaurant was underway in Jacksonville in 1953, Keith and Matthew inadvertently found their first franchisee. David Edgerton was actually in the process of becoming a Dairy Queen franchisee when he stumbled across the half-built Instaburger restaurant that was still in progress. David mistakenly thought the unfinished building was going to become a Dairy Queen, and so he stopped in to chat with Keith and Matthew, thinking that just like him, they were about to become owners of their own Dairy Queen. Of course, Keith and Matthew explained that actually they were building a totally new restaurant chain called Instaburger. But sensing an opportunity here, the Instaburger founders began selling David on their burger concepts. They showed him a demonstration of their miracle Insta machines they'd bought that could produce burgers so quickly, and thankfully this was a day where the machine worked perfectly. When David saw this, he was amazed. He left Jacksonville believing he had glimpsed the future of dining out, and he wanted to be a part of it. Shortly after, David backed out of his deal with Dairy Queen and contracted with Keith and Matthew to open an Instaburger store of his own, which would be based in Miami. So before the first ever Instaburger restaurant had even opened, they had a franchisee ready to open a second store. But before agreeing the deal, David made a key suggestion: change the company's name to Instaburger King. David even sketched a logo depicting a cartoon king sitting atop a hamburger with an arm wrapped around a giant shake. He left the doodle with Keith and Matthew and suggested they use it for a trademark. And Keith and Matthew immediately liked it. The word King gave the brand a more premium feel, and having a character to associate with the brand made it much more unique than just Instaburger. So when the first store opened its doors in Jacksonville in April 1953, the restaurant featured a sign that extended 12 feet above the roof with the logo and name David had suggested. Instaburger King was officially up and running, and for all intents and purposes, the future looked bright. In fact, 1 year after opening the Jacksonville store, Keith and Matthew began advertising for more franchisees by circulating flyers that claimed Instaburger King was the greatest advancement in food service in the last 50 years. The pitch even suggested that a $20,000 investment in a franchise like theirs could pay for itself in just 1 year. And if you'd seen one of these flyers at the time, you might have believed this really was a great investment opportunity to open one of your own Instaburger King restaurants. Unfortunately, if you had believed that, you'd have been wrong, and you'd have probably lost a lot of money.
Hi.
Instaburger King's service system was undeniably confusing for customers. You would order from your car at one window, but then had to pay up front before getting the food, which was very uncommon at the time. You were then given a numbered ticket for each item purchased, and then you would take that to a second separate window and collect your items. But you often had to then repeat your whole order again. The system was quite frustrating for customers who were accustomed to having the food delivered to their cars and pay for it after it was delivered. However, the two Instaburger founders and their first franchisee David all believed that customers just needed time to adapt to the new system, although definitely the system itself wasn't very efficiently designed to begin with. But still, the much bigger problem was that their Instabroiler machine to quickly make the burgers was agonizingly unreliable, often breaking down in the middle of the day. And of course, the whole selling point of the Insta Burger King stores was fast and cheap food. But if their ovens kept breaking down and needed to be repaired, the food wasn't that fast. And it wasn't even that cheap really. Their burgers were 18 cents, whereas their competitors sold similar burgers for 15 cents. So the founders Keith and Matthew were not gaining the traction they'd hoped for with their first Insta Burger King restaurant in Jacksonville. Meanwhile, David Edgerton, Instaburger's first franchisee, opened his store in Miami on March 1st, 1954. But just like the co-founders, it was a difficult start for him too, because of the unreliable burger making equipment. However, David still strongly believed that their fast food dining experience was the future. But David also knew that making his fortune in fast food would require a significant number of stores. He was never going to get rich just having one franchise location. So he agreed with Keith and Matthew he could handle all of the Miami area and open more Instaburger locations there. Now you might be thinking, how could David afford to be opening more stores if his first one had only just opened and wasn't even going that well? And you're right, he couldn't afford it. David had invested all the money he had into this first small Miami store, which wasn't doing particularly great sales numbers yet. So with no more capital of his own to invest, he needed to bring in a partner. David began contacting several well-known restaurateurs, all of which decided to pass, which wasn't too surprising given David's first store was hardly a big success. However, one of the restaurateurs he spoke with did recommend David speak to a man who owned a small local restaurant called the Bricklebridge. And it's here that we meet the fourth and final protagonist in our story, and arguably the most important person in Burger King's history, James McLemore. James McLemore had a rough start in life, to say the least. He was born in 1926 to a reasonably wealthy family in New York City. However, his father lost all the family's wealth in the infamous stock market crash of 1929. James's beloved grandfather died shortly after, with many believing the family's sudden dark financial turn caused his health to deteriorate. Meanwhile, James's mother was then committed to a psychiatric hospital, or as it was then known, an insane asylum. James never saw his mother again, as children weren't allowed to visit. Honestly though, maybe that was for the best, as this was in the early 30s and those hospitals were like something out of a horror movie. Remember, back in the 1930s, one of the prevailing medical treatments for mental health conditions was a lobotomy, which was literally cutting connections in the brain. As for James, since his father lost his job due to the Great Depression, they'd moved to James's grandmother's farm in the countryside. But a fire ravaged the whole town, and his grandmother was forced to sell most of her possessions in order for the family to have enough money to survive. Despite the bleak outlook for James's future, through hard work, he would eventually manage to enroll in Cornell University. He arrived there with just $11 in his pocket, but graduated in 1947 after learning useful business and management skills. And after a series of jobs in the restaurant industry, James saved up enough money to start his own restaurant, called the Bricklebridge, which he set up in Miami, Florida. Whilst this restaurant was nothing particularly special, it had started to make a modest profit. However, it was at this point that James got introduced to a man named David Edgerton, the first franchisee of Insta Burger King. And David had come to pitch James on the idea of going into business with him to open more of these Insta Burger King stores. Now, David had only been running his first Insta Burger King store for 3 months at this point, but he explained that he had the rights to open more of these stores all across Miami, and he just needed a business partner to help him. And James was immediately drawn in by the idea of teaming up to open multiple fast food restaurants together. Not only did David and James both get on really well, and were both Cornell graduates, both men also agreed that running a single restaurant wasn't the future they wanted, but instead the more lucrative path was owning a chain of fast food restaurants, and partnering up would be the quickest way to achieve that. Plus, as part of his pitch to James, David estimated his first Insta Burger King restaurant was generating a profit of 28% of sales, a substantial number for such a small operation. So James almost agreed to come on board right there on the spot. He just asked to take a look at the books to see the profits for himself. Unfortunately, James then discovered that David's strength was neither in accounting nor organization. When James asked to see his financial statements, David gave James a peach basket stuffed with contracts, receipts, and outstanding bills. Not only did this look incredibly unprofessional and unorganized, after James went through all the peach-scented financial records himself, he discovered that David's belief the store was making a 28% profit was completely wrong. Insta Burger King was actually operating at a 56% loss. At this point, you'd think James would abandon the idea completely, go back to his modestly profitable Bricklebridge restaurant, and forget all about Insta Burger King, but he didn't. James was much more excited by David's pitch of them teaming up to open a chain of Insta Burger King stores, and so against all odds, James and David still struck up a partnership. In his memoir, James explains that he based this financially questionable decision on the fact that although Insta Burger King technically was making a loss, this was mostly due to the large initial startup costs, and that if the store was run well, the model did make financial sense. Plus, more importantly, James liked David. The two were on the same page with everything and shared a similar vision. And what David lacked in accounting skills, he more than made up for with integrity and hard work. Two skills James valued extremely highly. So the two became business partners. James sold his Bricklebridge restaurant and invested every penny he had in Insta Burger King of Miami. His $20,000 contribution matched David's total investment to that point and made the men 50-50 partners in the business. Although, remember, the business was currently making a loss. But it was actually this partnership, James and David, that would shape the future success of Burger King, not the original founders back in Jacksonville. However, before they found that success, they first had a lot more failures to go through. You see, you may be tempted to think that these two newly minted partners would use James's infusion of capital to pay down the debt on their existing Miami outlet and address the myriad of issues plaguing their operation, like the poor quality burgers, or the Insta broiler ovens that kept breaking, or even the ordering system that customers were unhappy with. But none of that is what they used the money for. Instead, David and James got a bit overexcited about the concept of running multiple stores, and thus they leveraged their capital to open two new locations, serving the same mediocre product, intermittently prepared on the same faulty Insta equipment. James later admitted that opening more locations before ironing out their laundry list of operational issues was a critical mistake that pushed the company to the brink of insolvency. The fact that he and David understood this makes their next move all the more confusing.
As a disabled business owner, my time is mostly spent writing emails, and before Shopify Magic, probably took me 30 minutes.
Before we get to the next part of the story, let's be honest here. As much as this video might be making you crave some fast food, too much fast food is terrible for your skin, which is why I'm pleased to introduce today's video sponsor, the Swedish. But what Foreo has for example, there is Clinic's 9 Cheekbones Skincare, top link in the. To keep their floundering operation from running out of money, James managed to convince Harvey Fruhoff, a wealthy friend of his father-in-law, to invest $65,000 in exchange for half of their business. Harvey, who moved from Miami after stepping away from his $200 million a year trailer manufacturing company, could easily afford to risk $65,000 on this new concept. What's baffling though, is what David and James did with the investment money they got. Instead of reducing their debts by paying down their existing loans, the partners opened 3 more locations across South Florida. By the end of 1956, Insta Burger King of Miami was drowning in debt and saddled with 7 tragically unreliable Insta broiler ovens that produced marginally decent food. Luckily for David and James, their fortunes were about to change thanks to the most unlikely of events. You see, one day during the middle of a busy lunch shift, James and David heard the familiar clattering of the Insta broiler's conveyor belt grinding to a halt. This once again meant the machine had broken down and would be out of action whilst it was repaired, thus losing them customers and revenue. David had only just recently fixed the machine, and he was fed up. He grew so angry with it, he grabbed a hatchet from his toolbox and literally smashed the machine. James was somewhat amused given he hated the machine too for all the problems it caused them, but he was also concerned that their operation would be down until a replacement oven could be built and shipped from California. David, however, had no intention of paying for another malfunctioning miracle machine, and instead vowed to build a better one. With help from a local mechanic, the engineering-minded David kept his promise and began trying to customize one of their Insta broiler machines to create something better that was more reliable. After 3 weeks of almost continuous trial and error, they finally made a breakthrough. David successfully created a new flame broiler instead that employed gas, not electricity, to cook the burgers. Not only did this invention prove infinitely more reliable than the old machines had been, but by making the broiler run on gas, David inadvertently created the flame-broiled flavor that would become Burger King's signature taste. Still to this day, the fact that their burgers are flame grilled is a key part of their marketing. So that impulsive decision to smash their old burger making machine with a hatchet had forced David to spend time creating something better, and he'd succeeded. Their new flame broiled machine was a big improvement that helped the company make more money, since now they could reliably produce large quantities of burgers on a consistent basis without the machine breaking. However, it wasn't this alone that changed their fortunes. It was actually a controversial discovery that would catapult the company to success. David and James's new machine to make the burgers was much more reliable, and with things going well, they went to pay a visit to Jacksonville to see the original Instaburger King founders. Turns out, things were not going so well for Keith and Matthew. They were still puzzled why Instaburger King was failing as a concept, and had wrongly come to the conclusion that their location was to blame for their poor sales numbers. The solution they came up with was to purchase a movable, prefabricated stainless steel building for their next restaurants. The idea was that if sales weren't sufficient wherever they set up shop, they'd simply pick up and move someplace else where they might fare better. This was the reason David and James had driven up to have a look, to see if this idea was something they should incorporate for the Instaburger Kings in Miami that they ran. But after sitting outside the stainless steel store for 2 hours, the restaurant failed to attract a single customer. Literally nobody bought anything. So James decided to go for a walk around the local area. And just a block away from the shiny new Instaburger King, James discovered a rundown burger stand with a line of customers queuing up around the building. Intrigued, he decided to join the queue himself, and whilst waiting, he noticed that nearly everyone was ordering a whole bag full of hefty quarter-pounder burgers served on 5-inch buns, topped with lettuce, tomatoes, pickle, onion, and mayonnaise. The burgers were much bigger than what Instaburger King and competitors like McDonald's sold. James purchased 2 of the giant sandwiches and headed back to give one to David as well. After finishing, both David and James agreed it was the best burger they'd ever had. On the drive back to Miami, James suggested to David they needed to make a burger just like that for their own stores. And James even said he had the perfect name for it. The Whopper, a name that would convey the large size of their new burger. James also suggested adding signs to their stores that advertised Instaburger King as the home of the Whopper. David liked the idea too and agreed to give it a shot. Now, this was actually quite a risky move, as they were going to charge 37 cents for their Whopper burger, whereas other competitors like McDonald's charged just 15 cents for their burgers. So suddenly focusing so heavily on this Whopper burger was a gamble. Fortunately, it was a gamble that paid off. The Whopper's quarter-pound patty, mountain of toppings, and signature flame-broiled flavor made the sandwich an instant hit and provided David and James with the niche they'd been searching for since 1954. Finally, they had something to distinguish their brand. Of course, James had technically got the idea from copying a small little burger shop in Florida, and it could definitely be argued that all of Instaburger King's success was really built on stolen ideas. Firstly, Keith and Matthew had copied the fast food concept from McDonald's, then David and James had copied this new signature Whopper product from a different burger chain. But then again, in business, it's often the execution that matters, not the idea. And within months of becoming the home of the Whopper, Instaburger King of Miami saw an astonishing increase in sales. And for the first time in years, things were truly looking up for David and James. They had the improved burger making equipment, which was more reliable, a popular product, a niche in the market, and regular returning customers. However, whilst Instaburger King of Miami was finally turning a profit, Keith and Matthew's original Burger King of Florida continued to struggle. Years of combating faulty equipment and a lack of direction from them as company founders put them in a difficult financial situation. Eventually, Keith and Matthew followed in their franchisees' footsteps and started flame grilling the burgers instead of using the Insta machines, but it was all a little too late. Keith and Matthew didn't have the same success with their stores and ended up defaulting on their loans. So whilst Instaburger King in Miami was flourishing, the original Instaburger in Florida was going out of business. Thanks to the new changes made by David and James, by 1959, their Miami-based Instaburger King stores saw a massive uptick in sales, and people around the country took notice. Tourists and businessmen visiting South Florida recognized the company's potential and often inquired about opening franchises in other parts of the country. At the time, however, David and James weren't authorized to sell outlets outside of their South Florida territory, which is the region they'd agreed on with Keith and Matthew. However, 1959 was also the year that Keith and Matthew defaulted on their loans. This meant the person who'd given them the loans, a guy called Ben Stein, took control of Instaburger King. Now, Ben knew very little about the fast food industry and didn't particularly want to run the business. So James realized this was an opportunity. He asked Ben if him and David could become the owners of both the national and international franchise rights of the company. And in exchange, Ben would get 15% of all the money they made without having to do any work. So basically, David and James would run everything and have control of the company, and Ben would get 15% of whatever money they brought in. The deal worked for both parties, and the contracts were signed later that year in 1959, meaning David and James now finally had full control of Insta Burger King's operations. In truth, for years they had been the ones leading the company anyway, because even though Keith and Matthew deserve some credit for originally starting the business, it was David who came up with the name and better burger cooking equipment, and it was James who would come up with their most popular product and other significant brand changes. And so the whole time it was really this duo that had turned the chain's fortunes around. But now that they'd made this deal, David and James made the critical leap from being the franchisee to the franchisor, meaning they would be the ones selling stores to other people all over the world. And officially, they would be the ones making the big decisions about the direction of the company. In fact, one of the first changes was to drop the word Insta from the chain's name completely, since they were no longer using those old temperamental Insta machines anyway. And thus, the company officially became simply Burger King, home of the Whopper. And now that they were fully in charge of the business, David and James set their sights on becoming the top fast food franchise in the country, which meant somehow keeping pace with the growth of McDonald's.
Your streaming? We have the designs to make your stream look awesome. Owned.tv is the largest streamer shop worldwide. We offer
In 1962, Burger King opened 7 new stores and posted an after-tax profit of $73,058. By comparison, McDonald's opened 107 new locations and turned a profit of $439,310. Clearly, there was a big gap to make up. But by 1965, Burger King closed that gap to 2-1 and was on pace to net $750,000 the following year. James estimated that they were roughly 3 years behind McDonald's in scale, but as far as growth, they were matching the pace that the industry leader had set. And by some metrics, such as new store openings, they were even gaining ground. James got excited, thinking they might actually be able to catch McDonald's in a few years and become #1. Then, everything changed. In April 1965, McDonald's went public with an initial stock price of $22.5 a share. By the end of the day, the stock value hit $30. By the end of the month, it reached $49 a share and continued to climb fairly steadily for the next 3 decades. Today, a $1,000 investment in McDonald's IPO would be worth over $6 million, and that doesn't include the dividends it would have paid over 5+ decades. But basically, the huge success of McDonald's on the stock market meant that the sprint for supremacy between Burger King and McDonald's was over before it even really started. At least, that's how everyone outside of Burger King saw it. James, on the other hand, believed they just needed the right partnership to help them compete with McDonald's. Someone with a lot of resources. And sure enough, in 1967, the Pillsbury Company, one of the world's largest food producers, approached Burger King about a merger. James was immediately very eager to strike a deal because he believed Pillsbury would either take the company public or finance the exponential growth required to keep pace with McDonald's. His business partner David, on the other hand, felt Burger King would be better off staying the course and remaining independent rather than relinquishing any control to another company. Then again, David also knew that James, who was 41 at the time, was feeling pressure from his wife Nancy to dedicate more time to his family. And so by making a deal with a big company like Pillsbury, it should mean James and David had more support to run the business and thus free up a bit more of their time. After all, they'd been working non-stop on this company for years. So for that reason, David could see the merit of this merger. Having said that, the deal that Pillsbury put forward required James to stay on as president and CEO for at least 5 years. His salary would increase from $32,500 per year to $67,500 per year, the equivalent of around $600,000 today, and he would be granted full autonomy to continue running Burger King as he saw fit. More importantly though, Pillsbury verbally agreed to grant Burger King access to its considerable resources. This meant that James could assign others to handle some of the travel and day-to-day operations, leaving him a little more time with Nancy and their children. So the deal was agreed, and Pillsbury absorbed Burger King and its 247 restaurants for $18 million. The deal also resulted in James, David, and their other investor Harvey owning 10% of the century-old Pillsbury Company. This was a huge corporation, and meant on a personal level, all 3 of them became very wealthy. Nevertheless, the deal was not quite the perfect partnership David and James had hoped for, as it soon became apparent that Pillsbury had no intention of letting the company operate completely autonomously like they'd initially suggested. They became quite actively involved in decisions Burger King was making. As a result, on August 21st, 1969, David actually resigned from Burger King and the Pillsbury Company. He remained in the restaurant business for the next half century, developing new concepts and investing in other franchises, including several competitors to Burger King. James, on the other hand, stayed with Pillsbury for longer and kept pushing them to either take Burger King public or restructure their franchise model to more closely resemble McDonald's. Unfortunately, Pillsbury's board was unwilling to take the same risks that Ray Kroc had with McDonald's. In fact, Pillsbury felt Burger King's growth had been too rapid, allowing their franchisees to become overly independent. As a result, they chose to pump the brakes and slow growth until the franchisee situation was resolved. For context, in 1968, the year after the merger with Pillsbury, McDonald's opened 109 restaurants, whilst Burger King opened 108. But by 1972, McDonald's was opening a new store every day, whilst Burger King's number dropped to 91. Disappointed with the slower growth approach Pillsbury was taking with the company, James stepped away after his contractual 5-year commitment. Although he would remain a consultant and brand ambassador for Burger King until his death in 1996.
So at Maker Place, it's all about the handmade. You don't have to look through all those fakers to find an adorable pillow like me. Finally, I'm getting the respect I deserve. For the most part. Introducing Maker Place by Michaels. Respect the handmade.
Turn your ideas into videos. Go to artlist.io and get everything you need all.
At the time of James's retirement in 1972, the number of Burger King restaurants in operation around the globe had nearly tripled from what he and David sold to Pillsbury just 5 years earlier. So there's no doubt that the company had continued to be successful. But Pillsbury's plans for steady growth didn't quite match the huge ambition and expansion plans James and David had had. And to be fair to Pillsbury, there was a reason for their caution. By expanding quickly, it meant Burger King hadn't been able to carefully monitor all of their franchise locations. And as a result, the experience you got in one Burger King store was very different to that in another Burger King store, and Pillsbury wanted to make everything more consistent. So they began a plan called Operation Phoenix. And it all began when they managed to poach a high-ranking executive from McDonald's, a guy called Donald Smith, who would go on to initiate several key changes to Burger King using lessons he'd learned from his time at McDonald's. For example, Burger King began buying more of the land that Burger King stores were built on, so they could lease this to franchisees, thus giving Burger King more control and creating an important new revenue source. Donald Smith also broadened the menu, created new store designs, and helped standardize the look and feel of all Burger King restaurants. The changes were undeniably successful and helped set a solid foundation for future growth. However, since the Pillsbury merger in 1967, ownership of the Burger King Corporation has passed between numerous different investment firms, some of which did push for faster expansion. For example, in 2002, TPG Capital purchased Burger King for $1.5 billion and took the company public in 2006. The stock sale generated $425 million in revenue, the record for an IPO of a US-based chain restaurant. In 2009, its best year ever, Burger King posted revenue of $2.54 billion from 12,078 outlets worldwide. Over the next decade, that number climbed over 19,000. Then in 2010, 3G Capital purchased a 31% stake in Burger King for $3.26 billion, eventually merging the company with Canadian coffee house giant Tim Hortons to form Restaurant Brands International, which is the current parent organization of Burger King at the moment. Estimates of Burger King's present value vary widely between about $7 and $10 billion. However, whilst Burger King's owners and parent company has changed many times over the years, there is no denying that the foundation of this fast food empire was laid by James and David's relentless determination. Still to this day, decisions they made back in the 50s, like the introduction of the Whopper, have played a pivotal role in helping the company expand into so many new locations. Whilst the original co-founders deserve some credit too, it was really James and David that transformed the company from a failing restaurant into a success, by gambling literally all of their money on the business and going all in on it. But there is one company that made a much bigger gamble. Have you heard the insane story of FedEx, and how the founder quite literally bet the company's remaining money in a casino to try and save the business from bankruptcy? If you haven't yet seen this, you're gonna want to check it out right now. There was a time when anyone would tremble upon hearing the name John D. Rockefeller. Not only was he the world's first billionaire, he's one of the richest people in history. His empire, Standard Oil, became the most dominant monopoly in the world by brutally crushing competitors, taking control of multiple industries, bribing the government into submission, and treating business as if it was war. Because of his ruthless business practices and secretive deals, Rockefeller made many enemies. His career is filled with bitter rivalries like with Andrew Carnegie, and even ferocious battles against US presidents. But before he was the titan of the oil industry, Rockefeller was at the very bottom of society. His story is one of only a handful of cases where someone manages to rise from the depth of poverty to the absolute peak of wealth and power. Rockefeller's story is at times inspiring, and at times chilling. It's an example of what happens when greed and ambition go completely unchecked. So, let me take you back to 1839, where a young John D. Rockefeller is born into poverty. In 1839, John D. Rockefeller was the first child born into a family of peasant farmers with no cash to spare. In his small town of less than 1,000, the most mysterious character to be found was undoubtedly John's father, who was known as Devil Bill. Instead of helping on the family farm, Bill did just about anything else. He was an athlete, ventriloquist, hunter, hypnotist, and even an animal trainer. Once he won a bear in a competition, kept it as a pet, and taught it to do tricks. Bill did a little of this, a little of that, but not much of anything. Bill would also spontaneously skip town in the middle of the night, leaving John and his siblings to fend for themselves for weeks or even months, only to reappear in a luxurious carriage and shower John and his siblings with toys and gifts. And this confused John, because his family lived in a crumbling old house, wore tattered clothes, and they were hungry and cold every night. They lived a pitiful life, with these occasional bouts of luxury when his father returned. And the reason for that was because Bill lived a secret double life as a con artist. Whenever he disappeared, Bill changed his name from William Rockefeller to Dr. William Livingston, and traveled from town to town selling useless herbal remedies and potions to the sick and desperate. Because Bill was usually far away running scams, John's mother enlisted John's help working at the farm, where she instilled a strong religious faith and sense of duty in him whilst they ploughed the fields. For a boy younger than 10, balancing school and farming was backbreaking, but it taught him the value of discipline and hard work. John was proud to be helping his family out. In fact, he even started coming up with other ways to make money. For example, John once followed a wild turkey into the woods, stole its eggs, and raised the hatchlings. When they matured into turkeys, John sold some of them for a tidy profit, and kept the rest so he could get more eggs and repeat the process. Despite his young age, John was now pitching in a few dollars every week, and was making a serious impact on the family's finances. It looked like the Rockefellers might finally have a decent and stable life. However, when John was 10, his father Bill was accused of sexually assaulting a young woman. Even though nothing was proven, the Rockefellers still faced public disgrace, and so they were forced to pack their bags and find a new home. You'd think after this event, Bill would dial back his schemes, his infidelity, and focus on healing his relationships to his family. But instead, he did the complete opposite.
So Kick just rolled out this new Kick Creative Incentive Program, and it's pretty wild. There's nothing like it in the industry right now.
Whilst using his fake identity of Dr. William Livingston, Bill married another woman in a different state where no one recognized him. Of course, he kept this a secret, and neither John's mother nor the other woman ever knew he had 2 wives. But the effect was evident. Bill was almost never around. So the Rockefellers moved from town to town, and John took on more responsibility as the unofficial head of the household. All whilst going to school, he kept finding ways to make money, manage the family's finances, and he even started giving out very small loans. Finally, the Rockefellers found a good home in Cleveland, Ohio, but now that John was 16 and nearly done with school, he wondered what the next phase of his life would be. John wanted to go to college, but by this point he had 4 siblings and a 5th on the way, and since John's father was absent even more than normal now that he had his secret other wife, John's mother relied on John to help pay for their food, housing, and education. This meant college was out of the question. John had to get to work immediately, and so just 2 months before his graduation, John dropped out of school and began looking for a job in Cleveland. He was after something big, so he made a list of all the biggest railroads, banks, and wholesale merchants in the city. However, every time John showed up to an interview, people laughed in his face when they found out he was only 16 years old. John faced rejection after rejection, but no amount of humiliation was going to stop him, and after 6 long weeks, he got an interview at a small firm that needed help with bookkeeping. When they saw John's excellent penmanship, they decided to give him a chance and told him to get to work immediately, not even mentioning how much he'd get paid. John was ecstatic, and for the rest of his life, he celebrated September 26th as a personal holiday he called Job Day. To him, it was even more important than his own birthday. Even though it was not a massive operation, John's first job taught him how to deal with suppliers, pay bills, and see the inner workings of a real business for the first time. One day, his boss came in with a check for $4,000 and put it inside a safe. John knew the safe's combination, so when his boss was gone, he opened it up just so he could hold the note in his hands, hypnotized by how much it represented. John dreamed of someday making as much money as his bosses, and so every morning before heading off to work, he began repeating to himself, "I am bound to be rich." On the last day of 1855, John's bosses gave him his payment. $50, which meant he'd only earned a little over 50 cents a day. It wasn't much, but since he'd done such a good job, his bosses raised his salary to $300 per year, the equivalent of around $11,000 today. The raise gave John something he deeply wanted, independence from his father. Now, with his mother's help, he could finally give his family the stable life they'd yearned for. And from early on in his career, John personally gave around 10% of his salary to various charitable causes. But after 2 years of diligent work, a recession slowed the business down, and one of the founders quit the firm. All of his responsibilities fell onto John, who became the company's lead accountant. However, John knew the economic downturn had caused a sharp decline in the firm's revenues, and he suspected that soon the firm may have to close down completely. And yet, John wasn't worried. His 2 years of experience in the job had given him a huge amount of confidence, and so John was already planning his biggest move yet. John D. Rockefeller was ready to start his own company. During his first job, John had become friends with Maurice Clark, a 28-year-old chemist who worked down the street from him. Even though John was just 18 years old at this point, he'd developed a good reputation as a bookkeeper in Cleveland, and one day Maurice told him he was planning on starting a produce business, and suggested that they partner up together. After saving up a bit of money, they formed Clark and Rockefeller, and got to work buying and reselling grain, fish, beans, meat, and other foods. It was tough at first. John and Maurice were often exhausted from looking for customers out on the road, but owning their own business gave them immense pride. And even though he was a bit shy and quiet at first, John was a capable salesman. Because he was so mature, everyone called him Mr. Rockefeller. The older men in the industry easily trusted him, and the list of clients at Clark and Rockefeller quickly grew. In fact, their biggest problem was that they didn't have the capital needed to scale the business and handle even more clients. But John and Maurice found a smart way to solve this problem. If they wanted to seek a $5,000 loan, they would go around Cleveland saying their firm was looking to invest $10,000, very publicly giving the impression that they had plenty of cash. This simple trick meant the banks were more willing to give them money. And the extra loans they got put them in a great position when the American Civil War broke out, as business picked up even more. As a devout Baptist, John was very strongly opposed to slavery, so he wanted the Union to win the war. However, John was still responsible for feeding his family of 6, and if he stopped working, they wouldn't have any income. So instead of serving in the army himself, John paid $300 for a substitute and even paid to equip several more Union soldiers. The war gave a huge boost to the economy of the northern states, and Cleveland became an important strategic location for the Union. Local food prices were massively inflated, so John's produce business quadrupled almost overnight. In 1862, John and Maurice cleared a profit of $17,000, over $500,000 in today's money. Not bad for a 23-year-old, but an opportunity to multiply his wealth even more soon came across John's desk. You see, before electricity, people used to light their homes at night by burning oil inside of a lamp. Usually this oil came from whale fat, but finding and hunting down whales was costly and difficult, and sadly, some whales had been hunted down to the point of extinction. However, in 1859, someone in Pennsylvania discovered that by using a tall wooden structure known as an oil derrick, you could extract industrial amounts of crude oil by drilling straight into the ground. Mining crude oil this way was cheap, and it was fairly easy. Profits came quickly, and since so many people were made rich by the oil boom, crude oil was given the nickname Black Gold. And that's when John was introduced to Samuel Andrews, a young man who was looking for investors to build a crude oil refinery in Cleveland, which was only a day's ride away from the Pennsylvania oil regions.
Hey you, the photographer. How long is your editing process? Go to imagineai.com and
Andrews had a huge advantage over most of the competition. He discovered that if you applied sulfuric acid to crude oil, it would essentially purify it and turn it into kerosene. When burned, kerosene lasted longer and shined brighter than crude oil. It was a simple process, but the secret was closely guarded by the few who had discovered it. Now that John and Maurice had plenty of money to spare because of how successful their produce business was, they thought it would be wise to diversify their business, and thus they loaned Andrews $4,000 to set up his oil refinery. But to begin, they considered this as a side venture. John and Maurice kept managing their produce business and let Andrews handle the refinery by himself. Setting it up was remarkably simple, and because kerosene was a superior product to crude oil, it began selling like crazy. John couldn't ignore the numbers anymore. Within only a year, the oil refinery had become the most profitable side of the business. Together, John and Maurice decided to make a bold move. They abandoned their previous business and went all in on the oil industry. However, their initial enthusiasm was met by a massive challenge. The supply of oil was always in an unpredictable state. At this point, oil had only been found in one small region of Pennsylvania, so many people thought that it would eventually run out. Whenever someone struck a massive oil field, an entire town of oil miners would suddenly form around the site, drill every last drop, and then the town would disappear just as quickly as it had formed. Because of this, there were periods where oil was overabundant and prices would dip as low as 10 cents. But on the flip side, if it seemed like the oil was running out, then prices would suddenly rise all the way up to $14. So, to say that the oil market was turbulent would be an understatement. To mitigate this effect slightly, John decided to stay out of mining oil and concentrate only on refining oil. But for John and Maurice, the situation was still extremely stressful. When oil was easy to find, they weren't as profitable as prices were low. And when the wells were running dry, they feared that the last drop had finally been found and they'd soon have nothing to sell. The uncertainty was too much to handle for Maurice, and in 1865, he agreed to sell his share of the business to John. This was the tipping point of his career. Scared to his bones, but with a calm exterior, John agreed to buy Maurice's share of the company for $72,500, or $1.35 million in today's money. Maurice was cashing out, whilst John was doubling down and going all in on the seemingly risky oil business. However, it seemed like John's daily affirmation that he was bound to be rich was quickly becoming a reality, because just as the deal was going down, a gigantic new oil field was found in the Pennsylvania oil regions, finally undoing any doubts he had about oil running out. Of course, the market was still very competitive, so if John truly wanted to become as wealthy as he desired, he would have to brutally crush his competition. The year before buying his business partner's share of the company, John married a woman who shared his religious devotion. Even though he was now making good money, John bought a modest house in Cleveland where they began to raise a family. So with his home life in order and the northern economy booming after the Union Army won the Civil War, everything was ready for John to begin building his empire. Now that his partner was gone, John rebranded the company under a new name, Standard Oil, and he got to work building a second refinery and began exporting kerosene to Europe. John was confident that the oil industry would make him extremely rich, but it quickly became apparent that he needed some help. So John took on a new partner to help him run the company, a man named Henry Flagler, and the two men were remarkably similar. Like John, Henry wasn't interested in making a little money. He wanted to build an empire. That's why when John told him about his ambitious plans for Standard Oil, Henry was all in. He was also just as religious, disciplined, and determined as John. In fact, perhaps their only difference was that Henry was even more ruthless when it came to doing business. Henry approached business the same way he would approach war. The only way to win was to completely crush your enemy, and so John adopted this philosophy as well. You see, competition in the oil refining industry was quickly turning warlike. Now that others had uncovered how simple the refining process really was, Rockefeller's product was no longer unique. New brands of kerosene were popping up all over the market. So John and Henry began scheming and decided to form strategic alliances that would not only boost Standard Oil's profits, but also hurt their competitors at the same time. One example of this was when John secretly colluded with the railroads to get better transportation costs than all their competitors. At the time, oil was transported from one place to the other by an extensive network of trains, mostly dominated by three railroad companies: the New York Central, the Erie, and the most powerful company in America at the time, the Pennsylvania Railroad. Because of the way their routes were laid out, it was beneficial for the New York Central and the Erie railroads to carry oil to refineries in Cleveland. But for the Pennsylvania Railroad, it was more profitable to carry oil directly to New York City or Philadelphia. So the Pennsylvania Railroad declared that Cleveland would be wiped out as a refining center, and they pulled out of the city completely. After this news that the largest railroad was leaving the city, many refineries in Cleveland left the city too. This was a disaster for the New York Central and Erie railroads, who had made sizable investments in Cleveland, and they were now losing customers. So instead of joining the panicking crowd and leaving Cleveland, John saw that the Erie and New York Central railroads were in dire need for business, and he decided to use their desperation to his advantage. In exchange for a consistent flow of oil through their networks, John negotiated a deal with the Erie in which Standard Oil would get a 75% discount on the railroad's official shipping costs. And in exchange for a daily order of 60 carloads of refined oil, John negotiated another deal with the New York Central Railroad to pay $1.65 per barrel shipped, when the official rate was $2.40. So, with both railroads, John now had extremely favorable rates secured. And even though the railroads were reluctant to accept these lower prices, the guaranteed consistent shipments were irresistible to them.
I have an idea.
In fact, since these railroads went from shipping all sorts of things to focusing just on oil, they could simplify their operations and boost their profits. So it was win-win for everyone. Well, except for the Pennsylvania Railroad and Standard Oil's competitors. Because of the deal, Cleveland became the largest refining center in the country, and since the Pennsylvania Railroad had abandoned the city, it was at a steep disadvantage when trying to revive their business there. And of course, the discounts John had negotiated with the railways, known as railroad rebates, were kept a secret to Standard Oil's competitors. And so all the other oil businesses would have to pay the full price to transport their oil on the very same trains. And here's the thing, because John knew for a fact that his costs were now lower than all his competitors, he was able to trigger a price war. John would lower the price of his oil so that his competitors would have to do the same in order to remain competitive in the market. But since John knew his competitors were paying more than him to transport the oil and thus had higher costs, even if they charged the same price for their oil, John was still making more profit. He knew his competitors wouldn't be able to survive. So John kept slashing the prices, and eventually the price would go so low that some competitors would go bankrupt. Once they went bust, Standard Oil would have way less competition, so John could bump up the price again and charge even more than he did originally. It was brutal, but it was extremely effective. Now, John knew these railroad rebates were morally dubious. They gave bigger businesses hugely preferential treatment over smaller ones. However, it would be over a decade before any antitrust laws were passed to prevent these kind of monopolistic practices. So legally, John wasn't doing anything wrong. And thus, in the meantime, this warlike strategy to crush competitors was paying off, and Standard Oil raked in enormous profits. However, there was one major problem. The massive surplus of oil meant oil prices had fallen as low as $2.40 per barrel, and as more oil fields were found in Pennsylvania, it seemed that the price would continue to fall. The remaining competition was barely hanging on. In fact, John estimated that around 90% of oil refiners were actually losing money. But John began to fear that his individual success could be overshadowed by a total collapse of the entire oil industry. John was convinced that if they were facing a system-wide problem, they needed to find a system-wide solution for it. And John's solution would be to organize an even more dominant monopoly, the likes of which had never been seen before. By 1872, John and Henry were ruthlessly expanding Standard Oil, but oil prices had dropped another 25%. They knew if they didn't do something soon, the entire industry could collapse, and they would fall right along with it. So John decided to collaborate with the president of the Pennsylvania Railroad, Tom Scott. John and Scott had been rivals after the deal John made with the other two main railroads, but now, Scott was reaching out to make a similar secret deal that was even more ambitious and ruthless. Scott proposed a secret alliance between the largest railroads and a very select group of the largest refiners, which of course included Rockefeller. And thus, Standard Oil and the Pennsylvania, New York Central, and Erie railroads all formed an alliance together under the inconspicuous name of the South Improvement Company, or SIC for short. The deal was that in exchange for a secret 50% rebate on transportation costs, John would transport all his oil exclusively through these railroads. But John wasn't content with just getting benefits for himself. He designed the deal to be devastating for his competition. For example, when anyone outside of this secret alliance transported kerosene through these railroads, Standard Oil would receive a 50% rebate from the cost of their shipments as well. These were known as drawbacks, and they meant that Standard Oil's competitors would not only be paying higher prices to transport their oil on the same railroads, but some of that money would be going directly to Rockefeller. And to top it all off, the railroads would even secretly give John detailed information about their competitors' shipments. He would know every detail of his rivals' businesses, and so he could undercut them by selling kerosene for cheaper prices. Anyone outside this secret alliance stood no chance. It was a death sentence for anyone excluded from the club, and the worst of it was, they didn't even know it. However, whilst many of Rockefeller's critics call this whole arrangement a shameless power grab, to John, he truly believed it was the best way to save the oil industry. Because as things stood with so many competitors, their product was getting closer and closer to being given away for free, as there was so much supply of oil readily available. He believed wiping out these smaller refiners would help the oil industry overall.
What does your video sound like? Go to artlist.io and get the best music and sound effects for your...
But either way, it didn't matter, because rumors of a railroad and refiner cartel soon began to spread. When people read in the newspapers that the rates for the 3 most important railroads in the country had doubled overnight, they knew exactly who to blame: Tom Scott of the Pennsylvania Railroad and John D. Rockefeller of Standard Oil. As rumors of the alliance continued to spread, thousands of people took to the streets to protest, threatening Standard Oil and the Pennsylvania Railroad with violence, vandalism, and arson. Protesters hijacked Standard shipments and spilled their oil, and they tore the Pennsylvania's train tracks from the ground. But the final blow to the SIC came when the oil miners made their countermove and boycotted the SIC. Without a supply of crude oil, John's refineries were useless, so 2 months after it was formed, the SIC had been disbanded. It was a humiliating event, one that brought a lot of negative attention on John. But John wasn't fazed by it. He simply decided if he couldn't control the oil industry through shady backroom deals, then he would do it in public, and conquer the industry by force. John wanted to bring as many refineries under Standard Oil as he could, and to his surprise, the SIC fiasco had actually caused one important change in the industry. Despite the very public fallout of the SIC alliance, there were still whispers of a secret railroad and refiner cartel, with many people paranoid that there must still be some kind of secret deal in place between the big railroads and the big refiners. Even though there wasn't, the rumors spread everywhere. Oil refiners were scared that if Standard Oil still had a secret deal with the railroads, they would get crushed, and John decided to leverage this threat to his advantage. In a period of 6 weeks, now known as the Cleveland Massacre, John managed to intimidate 22 out of the 26 oil refining companies in Cleveland into selling out for fractions of what their businesses were actually worth. So even though the SIC hadn't gone ahead, the fear it had created pressured many refiners into panic selling their companies to John. Plus, since many other refiners were losing money anyway, John would show them his company's finances so they could see how well Standard was doing, and to prove to them that he could outlast them all. For most refiners, the choice between fighting a losing battle and cashing out was obvious. And whenever anyone sold out, John gave them only 2 options. They could either sign a damning contract prohibiting them from ever joining the industry again, or they could join Standard Oil. Since most competitors chose to join Standard, John had the brightest minds in the industry working for him. All those entrepreneurs who'd been running their own companies were now brought under the Standard Oil umbrella into one giant company. Also, when the new refineries came under Standard's ownership, they outfitted them with the latest oil refining technology, which drastically cut costs. By mid-1873, John was in control of an empire with a growing number of highly efficient refineries that together could ship out over 1 million barrels of kerosene every year. He now had a monopoly over the Cleveland refineries. However, on September 18, 1873, a day historians call Black Thursday, a series of bank failures plunged the US economy into a national recession that lasted 6 years. For the first time, oil prices dropped not because there was too much supply, but instead because of a total lack of demand. Standard began operating only 2 of their 6 main refining plants in Cleveland. And a year after Black Thursday, a single oil barrel traded for as little as 48 cents. Less than the cost of an equal amount of water. So everyone from the miners to the railroads and the refiners were dreading their seemingly inevitable fate, bankruptcy. But thanks to Standard Oil's careful management of finances, excellent credit with banks, and their modernized refineries, John was one of the only refiners in the country who was able to still clear a profit. And as always, John regarded every crisis as an opportunity. He smelled blood in the water. Now, John already dominated in Cleveland at this point, which was one of the main refining centers in the country. But he knew the bleak economic conditions were a nationwide problem, and so refiners in the other refining centers like Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and New York were all struggling badly. And thus, John decided this was precisely the right time to acquire as many of them as he could. So John initiated a nationwide buyout campaign, and whenever anyone was reluctant to sell out, John would resort to indirect ways of pressuring them into submission. For example, he would buy all the available refining machinery and barrels, so competitors couldn't even make or package their oil. And if somehow they managed to make any oil, he would reserve every railroad for months, so they couldn't even ship it anywhere. Another one of John's brutal business tactics was to pressure the railroads to raise prices for other refiners high enough that they would soon face bankruptcy. Since he had detailed records of all his competitors' shipments, he would wait for them to be on the verge of ruin, and then he would offer to save their business by buying them up for pennies. Eventually, everyone who Standard Oil wanted to acquire was either absorbed into the growing giants or crushed under its pressure. By the time the economy was starting to recover, Standard controlled over half of Pittsburgh's refining capacity, the largest refineries in Philadelphia, and they secured a dominant position in New York as well. To exert even more control over the industry, John built a network of pipelines which brought crude oil into their refineries and pumped out refined oil in large cities. The pipelines meant Standard relied less on the railroads to transport their oil, and thus it further reduced their unit costs. And with its pipelines covering the eastern seaboard of the United States like tentacles, Standard Oil earned its appropriate nickname, the Octopus. Despite still only being in his 30s, John D. Rockefeller was now the undisputed king of oil refining, and one of the wealthiest men in the country. However, by now, too many people had been victims of Standard Oil's predatory business practices. The largest newspaper in America at the time even called the company the most cruel, impudent, pitiless and grasping monopoly that ever fastened upon a country. John's list of enemies was growing dangerously long.
I heard about brandy first when I was in 7th grade.
The reason why I liked it, because everyone else liked it.
For the railroad companies, the oil industry was a tremendous source of business, as miners needed to get oil from wells to refineries, and refiners then needed to get it to the big cities. However, when Standard Oil began laying a vast network of pipelines all across America's eastern shore, the railroad companies were faced with the fact that one of their most important customers was making them obsolete. So Tom Scott, the owner of the Pennsylvania Railroad, decided to lay his own pipelines. But he also did something he knew John wouldn't like. He started building his own oil refineries. Now, Scott was in direct competition with John, so John interpreted this as declaration of war. He decided to launch an all-out attack against America's most powerful company. First, John cancelled all his business with the Pennsylvania Railroad and redirected all that oil to other railroads instead. Then, John lowered the price of Standard Oil kerosene, which meant that competitors had to do the same, thus reducing their profit margins and decreasing the shipment orders on the Pennsylvania Railroad. And finally, John convinced the New York Central and Erie railroads to lower their shipping fees drastically for everyone to make sure the Pennsylvania Railroad lost even more business. And these strategies most definitely worked. To compete with all this, the Pennsylvania Railroad literally had to pay refiners to transport oil for them. Scott also had to lay off hundreds of his employees and reduce the salaries of those who stayed by 20%. But John's attack didn't just affect the Pennsylvania Railroad. Another big railroad, the B&O, had to make similar layoffs and wage cuts, and thus John's attack on the Pennsylvania Railroad inadvertently caused one of the most violent labor strikes in American history. Dozens of people died in the commotion, and in Pittsburgh alone, the Pennsylvania Railroad lost 500 freight cars, 120 locomotives, and 27 buildings after they were torched by protesters. Even John started to get concerned by the chaos that was unfolding. Before long, the Pennsylvania Railroad, a Goliath once thought to be invincible, had lost the battle against Standard Oil, and Tom Scott was more than ready to surrender. Scott was in a desperate position, and John's business partner Henry, who saw business as war, saw this as an opportunity to crush him totally. But John had a better idea, and instead moved to coordinate a massive deal with the railroads. John agreed to help the Pennsylvania Railroad survive by guaranteeing 47% of Standard's traffic to them. The New York Central, the Erie, and the B&O got the rest of it. In exchange for the steady source of shipments, John demanded a very large secret rebate on the Pennsylvania's official rates, he demanded even more detailed information about their competitors' shipments, and he wanted 20 cents for every single barrel that passed through any of the railroads as well. A lot of this was similar to the secret alliance that had been proposed before, but this time John was the one who held the balance of power and could basically demand what he wanted. The railroads had little choice. And thus, the deal effectively made John one of the most powerful men in America. John basically now owned the railroads, he essentially controlled the oil industry, and had an all-seeing eye into every one of his competitors. He completely dominated Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia, and there were only a few scattered refineries in New York that weren't his. Standard Oil was now in control of about 90% of the entire oil refining industry. However, as for John's rival, Tom Scott, even though John had technically now struck up a deal with his company, the Pennsylvania Railroad never regained its footing, and Scott personally never recovered from his humiliating defeats. Just a year later, Scott suffered from a stroke and died shortly after. What's interesting here is that many years earlier, Tom Scott had been the mentor to a young Andrew Carnegie. who was to the steel industry what John was to the oil industry. Carnegie blamed the death of his beloved mentor on John, and thus a rivalry was born between Carnegie and Rockefeller, the king of oil versus the king of steel. The rivalry between these two titans of industry would intensify as time went on, but for now, both men were determined to become wealthier than the other. In the midst of all this, John was becoming quite a notorious public figure. The fight with the Pennsylvania Railroad, his rivalry with Carnegie, and his tremendous wealth and power had all taken John from a mysterious oil man in Cleveland, Ohio, to now one of the most controversial figures in American newspapers. And yet, for all his wealth, fame, and power, John didn't indulge in the extravagant lifestyle that many of his peers did. When he moved to New York, John spent his free time playing with his children instead of seeking the company of wealthy bankers or celebrities, and he rarely bought expensive clothes or luxuries. Silently managing his army of puppets from their new office in New York, John was enriched by his 90% dominance of the oil refining industry. It seemed like he could now just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. But actually, the opposite was true. Even though he had achieved total dominance, the state of the industry was changing, and fast. A few years earlier, Thomas Edison patented a light bulb that gave off a powerful white light for 100 hours, and he was pushing to light the country with electricity instead of oil. Then in 1885, a huge deposit of crude oil was found in northern Ohio. These two events meant many Standard Oil executives started to panic, fearing a massive oil surplus that would take the industry back to the days when oil was priced at 10 cents per barrel. But whilst his company was panicking, John was calm as ever. By now, he was a master at turning chaotic situations into opportunities, and this was exactly the crisis he'd been waiting for. But
I am here to tell you today that your feelings are valid, your trauma is valid, your hurt is
before we get to that, let's talk about an opportunity for you. Because it's been said that attention is the new oil. The people who understand how to get their message across and build an audience are the ones currently dominating in business. And that's where today's sponsor, School, can help you. School is a platform where you can create your own community or discover new ones. Customize it how you courses, events, gamification, and School is below to check it out for yourself. Up until this point, Standard Oil had only focused on refining oil. John had been pursuing horizontal integration, taking over other refining companies who did the same thing he did. But John knew that the discovery of oil in Ohio would change the oil industry, and he wanted to ensure his company profited from Ohio's new oil fields. So this was just the excuse he needed to begin radical plans for vertical integration, where Standard Oil would now be involved in every step of the supply chain. John essentially wanted to cut out any middlemen and control the entire oil industry himself, from oil wells to refineries to transportation, storage, and distribution. And thus, John doubled down on every step of the business, turning Standard into its own supplier, transporter, producer, and retailer. Standard Oil's existing operation had the strong base of industrial infrastructure it needed to make sure it kept making money, whilst John figured out how to profit from Ohio's new oil fields. He began buying up land in the area, building hundreds of derricks to drill for oil, and laying new pipelines to transport it. However, it quickly became clear that Ohio's oil had one glaring problem. Even after it was refined, it had such a terrible smell that people called it skunk oil, and so nobody wanted to buy it, and it traded for as low as 15 cents per barrel. Almost everyone else gave up trying to sell the skunk oil immediately, but instead, John hired a team of chemists to study the skunk oil, and within a year, they'd found a way to remove the sulfur in the oil which had been causing the terrible smell. Standard was now the only company selling this new, cheaper form of oil, and this gave John a massive head start when a few years later, oil began breaking out in immense quantities in Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, and California. It was now evident that America was sitting on an ocean of petroleum, and the company best poised to take complete advantage of it was Standard Oil. It was also around this time that automobiles were beginning to replace the horse and carriage, and luckily for John, the process of refining crude oil produces one key waste product, gasoline. With wealthy consumers being introduced to the automobile, Standard found a reason to transform a material they typically discarded into an immediate source of extra profits. This meant that even when the United States was thrust into another economic depression in 1893 and 600 banks had to close their doors, John was once again prospering amidst even the worst economic conditions. With John's fortune growing larger than ever, John took more of a backseat in day-to-day operations at Standard Oil and began to think more about investing elsewhere. For a man as capable in business as John, you'd expect he'd probably also be a decent investor. But if you took a look at John's personal investments at the time, you'd find most of them were deep in the red. John knew if he wanted to keep the generational wealth he'd acquired up to this point, that he needed to get his investments in order. So he hired a Baptist minister called Frederick Gates to help him. Now, it's impossible to know what John was thinking when he hired a former priest to administer his fortune. But years later, when John was asked who was the greatest businessman he'd ever met, he pointed to Frederick. And there's no doubt Frederick helped grow John's fortune much larger with a series of strategic investments. It was also around this time that John's son, John Jr., graduated from university, and John thought it would be a good idea to have Jr. learn from Frederick. Frederick taught Jr. how to invest, how to negotiate, and before long, the two of them had turned John's laughable portfolio into a wealth multiplication machine. It was at this point that John told them to start making huge investments in other industries, like buying up railroad companies, which would come in handy later. But the most critical of these investments was a long strip of land in Minnesota, known as the Mesabi Mountain Range. In this territory was a 120-mile-long vein of the highest quality iron ore found to date, potentially the largest in North America. Now, iron is the main ingredient needed to produce another important material, steel. So when Andrew Carnegie, the Steel King, heard this news, he feared that John was planning to compete against him in the steel business. And in fact, John had been planning to do this for a long time. Up until now, Rockefeller and Carnegie's rivalry had really only been about who was wealthier, but now they were in an open battle in Carnegie's territory. John was no longer content dominating the oil industry, he was now coming after the steel industry.
So Kick just rolled out this new Kick Creative Incentive Program, and it's pretty wild. There's nothing like it in the industry.
John told Frederick and Jr. to commence mining operations in the Mesabi Range, and they undercut Carnegie by selling their higher quality ore to his competitors at dirt cheap prices. As they built up their mining operation, a rumor started to spread that John was planning to further infiltrate Carnegie's niche and build a huge steel mill. Now, over on Carnegie's side, he had a head start of a few decades in the steel industry, which gave him considerable leverage over John. But he also had two big problems. Firstly, John had a source of iron that was more plentiful and of a higher quality than Carnegie's. And secondly, Carnegie had made the mistake of assuming that iron would always be cheap and easy to find, so he hadn't made any investments in iron mines during the last few years. His blind faith had been proven wrong over time, and now his supply of the most important mineral he needed was running out. And so, hoping to save his business, Carnegie approached John, Frederick, and Jr. to make a deal. By the time the negotiations concluded, the two sides had reached an agreement. Carnegie agreed to buy a minimum of 600,000 tons of ore from John's mine every year and transport all of it, plus an additional 600,000 tons from his own mine, exclusively through John's railroads, which John now owned a few of. In exchange, Carnegie would get a secret rebate from John for supplying his railroad with so much business. It was the exact same sort of mutually beneficial secret agreement that John was used to making with railroad companies for his oil transportation, except now he was the one giving Carnegie a secret rebate. And to seal the deal, Carnegie agreed to never buy land around the Mesabi Range, and John agreed never to build a steel mill. The partnership was win-win for both men, and so it seemed they were willing to overlook their differences if it meant they'd both profit hugely, and of course at the same time, hurt both of their competitors. The agreement between these two former rivals soon made news headlines, provoking a craze on Wall Street. Investors hoped to get rich by investing in John's iron mines and Carnegie's steel mills, which both looked unstoppable now they were working together rather than competing. However, there was one man who had a bit more imagination than simply investing separately in their two companies, and that man was JP Morgan. JP Morgan realized that if he could unite John's investment with Carnegie's business under a single name, he could create a steel monopoly that was more profitable than Carnegie Steel and even larger than Standard Oil. JP Morgan called it US Steel, and if it all worked out, it could be the most valuable company in history. So JP Morgan approached John and asked him how much he would sell the Mesabi iron mines for. But to his surprise, John said that Morgan should talk with his 27-year-old son, John Jr. JP Morgan assumed he'd be dealing with a rookie. How much could this 27-year-old really know? But when JP Morgan met Jr. and bluntly asked him, "What's your price?" Jr. was not intimidated by Wall Street's wealthiest banker. He calmly responded, "Mr. Morgan, I think there must be some mistake. I did not come here to sell. I understood you wished to buy." Jr. insisted that JP Morgan had to set the price for the Mesabi territory, which meant Jr. had all the power in the negotiation. Morgan was so surprised that he had to step out of his office and rethink his strategy. Eventually, he made his offer. In exchange for total ownership of the Mesabi mines and the existing mining operation in it, JP Morgan offered a grand total of $88.5 million in US steel stock, just over $3.1 billion today. Later on, Morgan bought Carnegie's entire steel business and incorporated it into US Steel, and it became the world's first billion-dollar corporation. But remember, John now owned a huge chunk of that company, and his US Steel stock soon appreciated to over $200 million. Plus, thanks to the automobile boom and the need for gasoline, Standard Oil was growing into an even more powerful monopoly than it had been before. Not to mention that thanks to Frederick, John's investments were now in order too. With all of this combined, John's wealth continued to grow to unimaginable levels. It was now spread across multiple industries, and John was finally ready to step back from the business world completely. However, John never publicly announced his retirement, which was a crucial mistake, as the public still closely associated him with Standard Oil, and that would soon come back to haunt him, as John was about to be involved in the most public scandal of his career.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too. Don't spend another dime on Amazon.
Even though he was now retired, John still owned around 30% of Standard Oil stock. And because of the tremendous growth of the auto industry, he was actually getting wealthier in retirement than when he was working. However, because of their brutal business practices, Standard now had such a negative public image that US President Theodore Roosevelt saw it as the perfect target to fight against in his rise to power. Now, this wasn't the first time he tried. Previously, Roosevelt passed a bill that punished railroad rebates, but it really wasn't enough to get the public excited, and the end of his first presidential term was coming up. So Roosevelt detected that the public opinion of John and Standard Oil was quickly turning from a mere dislike to a passionate hatred, and that was largely thanks to a journalist called Ida Tarbell. You see, Tarbell's father was one of the oil refiners who were bankrupted by John's ruthless business tactics a long time ago. Her father's business partner even took his own life after their wealth was destroyed by John. Now, Tarbell was publishing monthly articles that told an in-depth story about the company and the man who had bankrupted her father and made her childhood miserable. As you'd expect, she didn't have many nice things to say. Tarbell managed to break through John's wall of secrecy, and so the dark history of the once mysterious Standard Oil was now in full view, with John as its protagonist. His backroom deals with railroads, his intimidation tactics, the politicians they bribed, everything was fully revealed, and the American public devoured the story. The series even exposed John's father's history of scams, his sexual abuse accusation, and they eventually discovered his second marriage, which took a heavy emotional toll on John and his family. Needless to say, John never responded to anything Tarbell wrote, and so his public image was contaminated as she publicly condemned him. And his silence only angered the public further, so in a few years, John went from one of the most private and mysterious members of the American elite to the national embodiment of corruption and greed. Now, the public was dying to see John and Standard Oil pay for their crimes. So as President Roosevelt approached the end of his first presidential term, he saw an opportunity to use the public sentiment to his advantage by making Standard Oil his enemy. In his presidential campaign, Roosevelt promised to take down the monopolies, and thus when he won the re-election, it was time to make good on that promise and wage war on Rockefeller's empire. He launched a full-fledged investigation into Standard Oil, and now the anti-monopoly laws that corrupt politicians always ignored got used to their full potential. Roosevelt announced that the government would prosecute Standard with the full force of the United States government in a historic all-out attack. Standard was charged with monopolizing the oil industry, predatory pricing, negotiating railroad rebates, corporate espionage, and secret ownership of competitors. Apart from having to fight 21 lawsuits in individual states, the federal government hit Standard with the largest lawsuit in history up to that point. There were over 1,000 exhibits, 444 testifying witnesses, and over 12,000 pages of damning evidence that Standard Oil was, indeed, a monopoly. The lawsuit was so vast that it continued years beyond Roosevelt's presidency, but his ambition to defeat Standard Oil would eventually be satisfied. The evidence that Standard Oil was a full-fledged monopoly came when Standard's profits were examined. Because they were in control of 87% of oil refining in America, 100% in some places, Standard was taking full advantage of their monopoly status and overpricing their kerosene in order to make outrageous profits. And apart from being confirmed as a monopoly, evidence proved that Standard had systematically bribed hundreds of politicians and knowingly broken multiple antitrust laws. On May 15, 1911, after being found guilty of the crimes they'd been accused of, it was ordered by the federal government to dissolve Standard Oil and reorganize its subsidiaries into separate, unaffiliated companies. After 41 years, John's empire had finally been dealt a fatal blow and was being split up. Now, of course, you'd think breaking up an empire of Standard Oil's scale would be a losing situation for John. Many of his enemies, like Ida Tarbell and President Roosevelt, certainly thought this event was a cause for celebration. But what they didn't expect was that the dissolution of Standard Oil would be the most profitable event in John's career. You see, from the outside, it may have looked like Standard had been ruined by the dissolution, but actually, it was a pretty convenient time for the company to be broken up, as a lot of important changes were happening in the industry as a whole. As more oil fields were found in places like Texas and California, independent refiners were starting to find their footing in new markets faster than Standard could absorb them. The Middle East and Russia were now looking like their first worthy international competitors as well. And at the year before the verdict, gasoline had surpassed kerosene sales, and so the entire focus of the industry was changing. And because John still owned around a quarter of Standard Oil, when it was broken up into 34 different companies, he got his share of stock in all of them. And after they were open to public trading, investors nearly tripled the value of his shares. So John became even richer. By the end of 1911, the same year that Standard Oil was dissolved, John was getting close to becoming the world's first billionaire. Andrew Carnegie was now left far behind in the fight for the title of world's richest man. But now that John had achieved such unimaginable wealth, just one question remained. What was he gonna do with all that money? But before we get to the next chapter, if you sell anything online, your orders, you ship gel, and think, you can literally sign up for your John was the wealthiest man in the world, and now that he was retired and that his old company had been dissolved, he decided to dedicate the rest of his life to philanthropy. And even though he was over 70 years old at this point, John's sense of duty meant that he was as energetic about charity work as he was in business. Throughout his life, John told people that he was a soldier of God sent to earth and given money for the benefit of mankind. And John really did want to make an impact on the world. And to be fair, ever since John got his first paycheck, John had given various organizations at least 10% of the money he made. And even when his sizable donations were publicly labeled as just ways to improve his image, John continued to give away a lot of money anonymously as well. However, John wanted to make his philanthropy a well-oiled machine that continued his legacy. So in 1913, he started the Rockefeller Foundation with the two people who were previously responsible for managing his personal investments, Frederick Gates and his son John Jr. By now, John had given away almost $150 million, and in the future, he would personally give a grand total of $540 million. To add to that, Frederick and Jr. went on to give away $537 million more through the foundation, and Jr. personally gave away an additional $540 million of the wealth he inherited from his father. In its over 100-year history, the Rockefeller Foundation has given countless billions of dollars in total, and it's still making donations today. Calculating the total amount and adjusting it for inflation is complicated, but it's safe to say that the amount is well into the tens of billions, ranking John amongst the most generous philanthropists in history. The Rockefeller Foundation focused on two main issues in its inception: medicine and education, and it's undoubtedly made a meaningful contribution to society. On the side of medicine, John's donations to the laboratories and medical research facilities helped spur an era of scientific innovation that saved hundreds of thousands of lives from diseases like hookworm, malaria, and meningitis. On the side of education, John's money helped save the southern United States from abject poverty and built hundreds of schools all around the world, including two of the world's most prestigious research institutions. Today, the Rockefeller Foundation contributes even more to many other causes, and it all started with a 16-year-old who had to go into business to help feed his family. However, this of course all raises an interesting moral debate on what should we really think about Rockefeller. Clearly, John's legacy has two sides to it. As the author of his biography writes, what makes him so problematic is that his good side was every bit as good as his bad side was bad. It's almost as if there were two completely different John D. Rockefellers. There's undeniably a charitable and dutiful side to him, but there's also a corrupt, unforgiving, and brutal side. Both sides are true, but whatever you think of John D. Rockefeller, the fact remains that he's one of the most fascinating businessmen in history. Maybe that's why after John died at 97 years old, his son, who had the same name, said, "There was only ever one John D. Rockefeller." But if you think Rockefeller's story was controversial, wait until you see the scandals Andrew Carnegie was involved with. Just click the thumbnail on screen now, and I'll see you there in a second. Cheers.
You're streaming? We have the designs to make your stream.
Shopify has impacted our business heavily. It gives us a platform.
Can I have a quick show of hands? Who's heard of Tencent? Great start.
If you look at the world's most valuable companies, you won't be surprised to find the likes of Apple, Microsoft, and Google. But one name does stand out: Tencent. The company is worth more than the likes of Facebook, MasterCard, and Samsung. And yet, if you ask the majority of people what Tencent does, you'd be met with a confused look. The truth is that Tencent does everything. Because whilst Tencent's mascot is a friendly looking penguin, a more accurate animal to embody this conglomerate would be a giant octopus, with tentacles reaching into almost every industry you can think of all over the world. In most places, Tencent operates from the shadows, hence why it's not a household name. But whether you realize it or not, you almost certainly use products or services Tencent is involved with. However, in Tencent's home country of China, it's a very different story. Everyone is aware that Tencent dominates their lives, and that's because in China, Tencent has achieved the seemingly impossible: one app to rule them all.
The Chinese company I'd be most worried about is Tencent because of WeChat.
In China, it is sort of impossible to live without WeChat. It dominates every aspect of life in China, from banking, gaming, shopping, social media.
It's so essential to their daily life. One business executive compared it to me, saying that it was like water or electricity.
You see, Tencent created an app called WeChat that's been dubbed the Everything app, or the operating system of China. And that's because almost all of China's 1.4 billion population use this app for an average of 4 hours every day. That's more than the average American user spends on all social media apps combined. And the reason people in China use WeChat so much is because it's basically every app you can think of rolled into one. It's essentially Facebook, PayPal, WhatsApp, Netflix, Google, Spotify, Uber, Yelp, Tinder, Zoom, YouTube, Deliveroo, Amazon, and lots more, all in one single app. Now, there's no doubt that this is extremely convenient. Everything connected in one app and one profile. You pay your bills through it, call your friends through it, and essentially live your entire life through it. However, one single company having access to literally all your data, every aspect of your life, from your exact location to your entire bank history to every message and call and search you've ever made, it's a lot. And then it gets worse when you realize that the line between where Tencent ends and the Chinese government begins is blurry. Meaning the Chinese Communist Party, known as the CCP, has access to all that information as well, making WeChat one of the most powerful surveillance tools ever created. Not just that, but private messages and images that are sent through Tencent's apps like WeChat are scanned to see if they need to be censored. If you say anything that the Chinese government doesn't want you to, the best case scenario is your message just doesn't get delivered. Worst case scenario is you end up in jail or simply disappear. For example, one citizen literally just made a light-hearted joke to some friends about a government official and soon found himself jailed for a text. And it almost seems like the CCP wants people to be aware of this in order to prevent them even trying to say anything they don't like in the first place. Because the Chinese government has even openly confirmed that it can access deleted WeChat conversations as well without permission from the user or courts. Now, of course, as we know from Snowden's leaks, countries surveilling their citizens with technology is certainly not just something that happens in China. However, China has definitely taken it to new levels. Amnesty International is an organization focused on human rights and carried out a report of how messaging apps handle their data, and they concluded the worst offender by far was Tencent, the only company to literally score 0 out of 100 for its treatment of data. This is because of massive problems about transparency and what they do with data, where it ends up, and not even denying that it gives the CCP a backdoor to access all encrypted messages. Now, of course, pretty much all Chinese companies have to have some ties to the CCP in order to be allowed to succeed. But Tencent is unique because it has been allowed to monopolize entire industries in China and use brutal tactics to wipe out competitors without any interference from regulators. But in exchange for that freedom, some would say as a result, they've been turned into a weapon for the Chinese government. It's estimated the CCP has thousands of members inside Tencent, including party officials on the Tencent executive board who can influence decisions. For example, during the initial COVID outbreak, the Chinese government used WeChat for population control, assigning color codes to determine whether people were healthy and what they were eligible for, like if they were allowed to leave their homes or not. Another example is ordering Tencent to change their games to conform to Communist Party values, as well as making Tencent add facial recognition to their games so kids can only play them for a max of 90 minutes per day. But before you think this doesn't affect you, think again.
The vision of Tencent is to connect people and connect everything.
You see, once Tencent built their monopoly in China, they began expanding abroad and essentially went on one of the biggest shopping sprees in history. They've invested heavily in companies like Reddit, Tesla, Discord, Spotify, Snapchat, and Universal Music. And those are just a couple of the many hundreds of companies outside of China that Tencent are now involved with. They are also the largest gaming company in the world, with revenue significantly higher than any competitor. This is particularly crazy when you consider that gaming is just one of countless different industries Tencent operates in, and yet their gaming division alone is bigger than the entire company of Nintendo or EA. And the reason Tencent is so dominant in gaming is because they own 100% of Riot Games, creator of League of Legends, 40% of Epic Games, creator of Fortnite, not to mention stakes in Ubisoft, Activision Blizzard, and so many more of the world's most popular games. The same is true in other industries. For example, Tencent's payment division is nearly as big as PayPal's entire business, and it's reported WeChat Pay generates over 1 billion payment transactions per day, more than Visa and MasterCard combined. They've also got Tencent Music, they're huge in esports, and are even now involved in making Hollywood movies like Men in Black.
I think if you look at Tencent Music, the company makes about 400 million, 500 million in profit.
In other words, it's hard to fully grasp just how large Tencent is. But it's only recently that the West has started to realize the influence Tencent, and thus China, actually have. One small example was how Blizzard, the World of Warcraft studio partially owned by Tencent, banned a gamer who endorsed the pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong. In other words, China seemed to be using Tencent as a weapon to influence decisions outside of China. This caused many people to ask, how is this one Chinese company seemingly now dictating what people in the US are allowed to say? The same was true with the NBA. You see, Tencent Video has a deal with the NBA to stream their matches, but in 2019, Daryl Morey, manager of the Houston Rockets, tweeted, "Fight for freedom, stand with Hong Kong." In response, Tencent said they would not be streaming any Rockets matches in future. So, soon after this, the manager was forced to delete his support for Hong Kong, backtrack on his stance, and apologized for his inappropriate tweets. Players then came out stating that they love China.
Yeah, we apologize. We love China. We love, playing there.
So, whilst in recent years some have started to wonder if China could use Tencent to influence things abroad, the answer seems to be that they already are. Multiple governments from the US to India have now called WeChat a security threat, and others have suggested it's a monitoring weapon in your pocket.
And turning now to the major decision by the Trump administration banning the popular social media apps TikTok and WeChat from U.S. app stores.
U.S. President Donald Trump issued an executive order last month targeting the app as a security threat.
But what's perhaps most fascinating about Tencent's story is that you can look at it in two ways. On one hand, Tencent is one of the greatest business success stories ever. At one point, the company had only $1,000 in its bank account. And so the journey of how a group of friends turned their struggling startup into one of the world's largest companies is remarkable and filled with useful lessons and genius business strategies. What they have achieved is ridiculously impressive. And there is definitely an argument that Tencent has been unfairly caught in the middle of a political storm that they didn't want any part of. But on the other hand, Tencent is often surrounded by controversy. This includes their brutal monopolistic practices to crush any competition, their blatant plagiarism of just ripping off other companies and apps, their extreme censorship and violations of privacy and freedom of speech, accusations of poor working conditions, and the fact multiple countries now see it as a national security risk because of its close ties to the Chinese government. But
So Kick just rolled out this new Kick Creative Incentive Program, and it's pretty wild. There's nothing like it in the industry right now. We're already getting a sweet deal on the 95/5 split on sub revenue, but now they're throwing in something extra. With the KCIP, streamers like me get paid for every...
I do want to be clear, To just dismiss Tencent as a puppet of the CCP is unfair. In fact, right now, the Chinese government is actively hurting Tencent's business and is responsible for wiping hundreds of billions of dollars off Tencent's valuation, which of course just raises even more questions. Why would the CCP be damaging one of its most useful assets? As you can see, the Tencent story has a lot of different pieces to it. There is both good and bad, and several plot twists along the way. Honestly, I've covered lots of different business stories, but Tencent is one of the most fascinating. In this video, we're going on a journey through Tencent's insane history to find out the truth behind this gigantic business empire, a company that influences so much and yet is so rarely discussed. How did they get here? What are they planning next? And what does it mean for all of us? So buckle up, because I assure you, the story of Tencent is going to be a wild ride. If you walked past Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, or Mark Zuckerberg, I'm pretty sure you'd notice. But when it comes to Tencent's founder and CEO, despite running such a gigantic, influential corporation, it's quite likely you've never even seen him before. He goes by the name of Pony Ma in English.
Our next guest is the founder and CEO of Tencent, Pony Ma.
However, this is his actual Chinese name. But since in English his surname translates to horse, he goes by the name Pony as a bit of a joke. The fact we don't usually hear much about Pony Ma or know much of his story is mostly by design. Tencent tries to walk the tightrope of keeping both China and the rest of the world happy, and since that's very difficult to balance, he opts to not speak out publicly much at all. It's better to just say nothing rather than cause controversy and headlines. The other reason we know so little about Pony is that unlike his arch nemesis Jack Ma, the founder of China's other dominant company, Alibaba, Pony is introverted and simply doesn't like being in the spotlight. And this has always been the case. Growing up, Pony Ma was a quiet kid who mostly went unnoticed throughout his school years. The only time he did get much attention was when he hacked into his university's computers and got a reputation as a great coder. In fact, for his university thesis, he created a software program that could help forecast stock price movements. And this software was so useful that at age 22, he sold the program to the company he was interning at for a price of about 3 times his annual salary. By the time Pony graduated from college, the internet was in its very early stages, and whilst of course it was very primitive back then, Pony was excited by its potential and began thinking of business ideas to try and capitalize on this exciting new internet technology. However, although Pony was undeniably a very talented and hardworking programmer, the beginning of his future business empire did not come from some revolutionary idea that Pony himself created. You see, it's time for the first uncomfortable truth about Tencent. The business was started by just ripping off someone else's idea, and as we'll soon see, that has remained a fundamental part of Tencent's business strategy ever since. But it all began when one day Pony was browsing online and stumbled across something called ICQ, an internet chat platform that at the time was pretty groundbreaking. It was basically the first mass-adopted instant messaging system on the internet, letting any two people online have a private conversation in real time. So in 1998, Pony and his Tencent co-founders, which was 3 of his friends from school, launched their own duplicate chat service that was more catered to the Chinese market. Now, admittedly, it was a common practice in China to just clone popular Western services. For example, Baidu copied Google, Alibaba copied eBay, Weibo copied Twitter, and so Tencent copied ICQ. But just to demonstrate how much of a rip-off Tencent's chat product was of ICQ, they literally called their service OICQ. So they just added the letter O to the name. Initially though, Tencent's future looked bleak. They got the cheapest office they could in a chaotic and loud neighborhood full of street vendors peddling knockoff electronics. They were crammed into a tiny room, which bizarrely had a disco ball hanging from the ceiling. To be fair though, once Tencent had set up their internet chat service, OICQ, they did a great job of tailoring it more towards the Chinese market. One simple example of this is that because download speeds in China were so slow in the 90s, it would take ages for people to download most chat programs, whereas Tencent made sure their chat software had a much smaller file size, so downloaded much faster. Also, unlike other chat software where you could only message people you already knew, Pony made it so that on OICQ, strangers could connect if they wanted to as well, thus laying the early foundations of it becoming a social network. At first though, the problem was that very few people even knew OICQ existed. Pony himself later admitted, when users first came, nobody was in the chat room. I had to keep them company and talk with them. Sometimes I had to change my profile picture and pretend to be a girl. So you had the CEO talking to random people in the chat, hoping they'd like the service enough to keep using it. Now, to be fair, this was actually more of a side project for Tencent in the early days.
You can turn any slogan or funny quote into a professional design in just minutes with one tool. Making text-only designs, whether that's shirts or anything else, used to be super hard, but that's a thing of the past because now Kittl has all of the fonts, text effects, and color adjustments that you need to make stunning designs easily. And you can bend, stretch, warp, and rise, and make it pop however you need it so your audience is going to love your design.
Kittl is totally free to try, so click the link and make an account in a matter of seconds and test it out for yourself. With Kittl, you can create work that looks like it took you hours to make in a fancy design software. Not only does Kittl have millions of design assets and templates that you can customize any way you want, but our intuitive Kittl AI will help you create stunning images, clip art, even vector images, all from just putting in a text prompt. So let's take a quick look at how it works.
From the homepage, we can search thousands of templates in a variety of categories, but for now, let's click on t-shirts, and then we're going to type in camping, and look how many templates there are for us to get started with, completely customizable and ready to be used for print on demand. I love this one right here, which is a badge style, and I know it sells super well. Now let's simply change our text up here at the top just by clicking in. Then we can do the same thing down here with the bottom text, and I'll change adventure. And if it doesn't quite fit, I can use this nifty tool over here on the right to expand the text to fit this area. So easy, right? Just like that. Let's change our colors easily with the project panel down here at the bottom for our colors, change our background, and let's add a texture. We have so many different ones, but I'm going to add a grunge texture to make this look a little bit more rugged and outdoorsy. Let's clip it so it only applies to the design, and then we can change the intensity with this slider right here, and even change the blending mode to give it different effects like this one, which is really faded. Now let's look at what it looks like on a mock-up, and that looks just awesome. But let's pick a hoodie design, which I also know sells super well. This one's really outdoorsy, and let's size it up. Perfect. That is looking so cool in just a matter of seconds. Now we can easily change the color and see what it would look like on a variety of hoodies.
And if you want to try this yourself, you can test it out completely free. There's a ton of extra amazing features when you upgrade your account, but with the free plan, you can still test out a ton of different things and see how it's going to up your game before you commit to anything. Just click the link, create an account, and start creating. Right now, your designs are either taking too long or they're not quite good enough. And that's where Kittl comes in and can have an impact on your business almost overnight. If your designs and products are not getting better, your audience is going to move on to another competitor that is. So being faster and better is not just a bonus, it's a necessity. And it's made possible with Kittl. Click the link and try out Kittl for free today.
What the is my life?
Pony initially spent more of his time trying to work on a software that connected pages, or bleepers as they were also known, to the internet. Unfortunately, that idea was going nowhere, and so Pony was relieved when one evening he logged onto their chat app and saw a spike in users. 2 months in, they'd hit 500 users, and from that point, the user number began to rise faster and faster each month as people in China shared OICQ with their friends and family. Before long, the chat app was growing so fast that it became Tencent's only focus. They ditched the pager idea completely and went all in on OICQ. Thousands of users were now joining every day, and so you'd think Pony would have been thrilled. But in reality, he was more stressed than ever. That's because there were 3 major issues. Number 1, servers in China were expensive at the time, and they kept having to buy more, which was particularly problematic because of issue number 2. Tencent wasn't making any money. OICQ was taking off like a rocket, but it wasn't monetized. And so they were actually just losing money the more people used it. But then, worst of all, issue number 3. One day in 1999, about 9 months after starting OICQ, Pony received a thick envelope in the mail from America. It was a letter from the lawyers of AOL, a big American company who owned the original ICQ chat software that Tencent had copied. It said they were suing Tencent for violating intellectual property laws and demanded Tencent stop using the name OICQ immediately. By this point, OICQ had hit 1 million users and was growing rapidly, but Tencent didn't have the money for a lawsuit. They barely had any money at all. In fact, most of the small Tencent team were doing freelance work on the side to try and raise enough money to pay the rising server costs. They were all working crazy hours and getting very stressed out. So eventually, Pony decided to try and sell the company. Unsurprisingly though, given the lack of revenue and legal issues, nobody wanted to buy it. People just kept saying they didn't see how it would make enough money to be sustainable. But then Pony learned about the concept of venture capital. Investors who were looking for companies that weren't necessarily profitable yet, but had huge future potential. As soon as Pony learned about this concept, he immediately began contacting VC firms and managed to get a meeting with China's most well-known venture capital fund called IDG Capital. In the pitch, Pony used an unusual tactic. Brutal honesty. He told IDG, if you don't fund us right now, Tencent will probably die. And even if you do give us the money, the future is still uncertain. Pony also admitted they weren't fully sure how they would even monetize their chat software. But what he did know is that millions of Chinese people liked using it and that there could be real value there. Now, you'd think that this would be pretty underwhelming to investors. But surprisingly, IDG Capital agreed to invest in Tencent. Years later, one of IDG's decision makers said that Pony's total honesty, rather than the typical overconfidence and false promises that founders often make, is actually what made him think Pony was a really down-to-earth guy who could be trusted, which encouraged them to invest. So, IDG Capital, along with another VC firm, together invested $2.2 million for 40% of Tencent's business. It's not an exaggeration to say that if the deal had not gone through right then, Tencent probably wouldn't exist today. Not only were they nearly out of money, but the dot-com bubble burst in 2000, and investment in cash-burning internet businesses all but dried up. Luckily for Tencent though, they'd got the money just in time, and so could continue operating. There was still the lawsuit threat from AOL to deal with though, and so Pony was forced to shut down the OICQ domain names and rebrand their chat app as something else. Eventually, Pony decided to rename it as simply QQ. So, their legal trouble was sorted, they had enough investment to carry on running, and their user number continued to grow at an insane rate. After hitting 1 million users in year 1, they reached 50 million in year 2, as more and more people in China shared the software with other people so they could chat. Tencent had perfectly adapted the original ICQ chat to fit Chinese consumers better. Now, just one issue remained: making money. Whilst you'd think having lots of users would make monetization easy, back in the early 2000s on the internet in China, it actually wasn't. Pony tried multiple monetization strategies, including placing banner ads on QQ, selling QQ's chat software to companies, and charging a small membership fee to use the software. All of these failed. And in fact, the membership fee in particular backfired horribly. People in China hated the idea of paying a fee to use any internet service, and so this allowed some competitors to gain market share from Tencent. On QQ's 3rd birthday in 2003, Pony scrapped the subscription fee and made QQ completely free again. But of course, they had to make money somehow. Luckily, it was around this time that some Tencent employees had discovered a Korean website called sayclub.com, which allowed people to create personalized avatars with customizable appearances and clothing. It seemed really popular in Korea, so Tencent decided to once again copy a popular feature from elsewhere and launch their own avatar feature inside QQ called QQ Show, thus giving Chinese citizens a way to express themselves by having their own unique character to represent their profile. For a very small fee, you could buy designer clothes, accessories, and styles for your character. Whilst buying things for your avatar was cheap, equivalent to just a few cents, it cost Tencent nothing, and those microtransactions had
Use Hydro Boost Water Cream, 9 times the hydration for replenished, dewy, glowy skin. Grab at your nearest store today.
Arby's better not catch you slacking on snacking.
it up fast. This feature quickly became very popular, especially amongst younger users. Your avatar became a signal of your status, and the feature worked particularly well because many people had started using QQ as a dating app, adding strangers randomly and chatting with them. And so the avatar function was a way to express some personality, and in some cases establish themselves as being rich by purchasing the most expensive avatar items. Finally, Pony could relax a little. Tencent's chat software QQ was now making money by selling these virtual items. items, and they soon crossed 100 million users in China. Pony even met his future wife through QQ. For 3 months, he was chatting with a girl on there before they met in person. Funnily enough, when they first started chatting on QQ, she had no idea she was speaking to the founder of the service. She reportedly messaged him asking, "Who are you?" And he wrote back, "I'm Penguin Dad," a reference to the fact that Tencent's mascot was a penguin. But she just replied, "Then I'm Penguin Mum." Their relationship began from there, and 6 months after meeting in person, they were married. Unfortunately for Pony, that happiness would be short-lived, as little did he realize his company was about to go to war, and their opponent was a $100 billion corporation called Microsoft. In 2004, a chat service called MSN entered the Chinese market as a direct competitor to Tencent's QQ. MSN was run by Microsoft, which was terrifying for Tencent, as Microsoft had such vast wealth and resources. And Microsoft had decided to double down on its efforts in China, given it was such a massive market. And since their chat service was much more professional and streamlined than QQ, MSN quickly attracted businesses and students. QQ seemed more like a casual chat application, but less of a serious communication tool. On the other hand, MSN was becoming more widely used in offices in China, and thus it was quickly eating into QQ's market share. Tencent really just had one big advantage over Microsoft though. MSN's decision making was much slower because of their bureaucratic corporate hierarchy, where every big decision had to be signed off by their American headquarters. For example, it was actually MSN's China team who suggested the idea that users should be able to still receive messages even while offline and be able to see them when they came back. But the suggestion never went anywhere. Meanwhile, Tencent managed to incorporate the same feature in just a couple of weeks, and it proved to be hugely popular. And so even though Tencent had grown into a fairly big company by this point, they still acted more like a scrappy startup. This often meant their apps were a bit buggy and had some issues, but they were able to launch new features really fast, get real-time feedback, and just fix issues along the way with very regular updates. Another issue for Microsoft's MSN chat was that initially they kept all their data back on US servers, which meant Tencent's QQ chat service that ran on local Chinese servers was much faster to use. But the biggest mistake for MSN was that they later incorporated their MSN chat into their platform MSN Live, and this just confused users, as now to use the chat they had to go to a website instead, and it was just unnecessary extra steps. Ultimately, despite having greater resources, MSN lost the fight to Tencent. In truth, China hadn't been a main priority of theirs. Microsoft had bigger battles going on elsewhere, like with Google in the US, whereas Tencent at the time had just one focus, which allowed them to go all in. But this victory over Microsoft was a critical turning point for Tencent, as after defeating a much bigger company, they went on to completely dominate the chat market in China, passing 500 million users in late 2005. And it was this dominance that would be the springboard for all of Pony's other plans. You see, Pony had a vision of being much more than just a popular chat platform, but instead a whole network of integrated internet services, as this would make it much harder for anyone else in the future to try and compete with them. And so Tencent began adding several other features into QQ, like the ability to access news. And after seeing how quickly Tencent was growing, a South African company called Naspers had decided to invest $32 million in Tencent and become their largest shareholder. In fact, they still are to this day, meaning Naspers got one of the highest investment returns ever. But back when they first invested in Tencent, this gave Pony the influx of cash he needed to begin the next stage of his plan. And this is where things start to get crazy.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of creation. Being able to integrate and change and develop at my own pace. I offer a range of products and services. To manage it all from one place is essential. It gave me time back in my day to get going on actual projects. It really just made everything feel more achievable.
Tencent had realized that a lot of people used QQ whilst playing games, as people would chat with their friends whilst they were all playing. So Tencent decided the next logical place for them to expand was into both acquiring and building games of their own. Since they already had such an active user base, within just a year of integrating games into QQ, Tencent had added another $50 million in annual revenue. Now, Tencent's quick expansion into the gaming market was aided massively by the fact they were a Chinese company. As you may know, the internet in China is restricted by the Great Firewall, which stops people within China accessing many websites the Chinese government don't want them to, including the likes of Facebook and YouTube. And that's largely because it wants to censor what its citizens can see, but it's also because it wants to promote local Chinese companies instead. And as a result, in many industries, China has a policy where foreign companies have to partner with a local Chinese company to be able to sell their products or services in China. And so this meant Tencent could simply team up with makers of successful games in other countries, and then adapt and distribute their game to the Chinese market. These licensing deals allowed Tencent to make a lot of money quickly without even having to produce any games themselves. They could just partner with makers of popular games in other countries, bring their game to the Chinese market, and promote them to their massive QQ user base. Since international companies were reliant on finding a Chinese partner if they wanted to enter the Chinese market, Tencent knew they had a lot of leverage and an unfair advantage in negotiations. If game makers wanted to bring their game to China's gigantic population, they needed a Chinese partner, and who better than Tencent given their huge user base? One example of Tencent's power is illustrated by an anecdote from the American video game developer Zynga when they were trying to agree a deal with Tencent. An ex-Zynga employee said, "Negotiations go on for months and months, and then by the time you get to the red line stage in the contract, all of a sudden at the last minute, they change everything. It's a business tactic they use to wear down their partner." But as well as licensing games for the Chinese market, Tencent did make some of their own games too, normally by just replicating fairly simple games that were working well elsewhere. For example, QQ Speed was very heavily inspired from Mario Kart. This of course was even more lucrative than licensing, as it meant they kept all the money for themselves. And it was low risk as they were using game concepts that were already proven to work well abroad and just making their own version of it for China. However, since China had a major lack of digital piracy enforcement, Tencent realized if people weren't paying for games up front and were just sharing them for free, why not make the games free for everyone and make money through in-game sales instead, like paying for extra lives, features, and upgrades. Nowadays, of course, microtransactions within games are extremely normal, but Tencent were definitely one of the first to push this so heavily, and it worked. Tencent's revenue continued to rise. With monetization now going so well, Tencent IPO'd in 2004 on the Hong Kong stock market, which provided them a war chest for Tencent to invest heavily in more expansion and growth. However, that growth would only be possible thanks to Tencent's culture. Now, most Chinese tech companies are notorious for their long work hours. The schedule is often referred to as the 996 schedule, meaning you work 9 AM to 9 PM 6 days a week.
And that includes hours and hours of unpaid overtime.
That's illegal, but the government turns a blind eye because long hours like that built China's tech giants. His day at one of China's tech giants started at 8 AM and should have ended at 8 PM. But he says nobody wanted to be the first to leave or you'd be labeled unprofessional.
像每天下班这么晚，你说要开心哦，要快乐肯定是没有。
然后如果是下半年的话，大概基本上是11点半到12点下班，然后基本上没有午休。现在已经有点麻木，就是下班就赶紧休息吧，然后可能。
Shopify helps you sell at every stage of your business. Sell it online, take it in person, and go big, like 1 million orders big. Whatever your stage, businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up today at shopify.com/YouTube audio.
And certainly at Tencent, the culture was very demanding, with internal meetings often going on past midnight. But Tencent also had a strict hiring process, as Pony believed that 5 A players were better than a team of 50 who weren't fully committed, as even one person lowering the standards and not working hard can reduce team morale and drag down everyone else to their level. Not just that, but one of the key culture decisions Pony made after their battle with Microsoft was to ensure that almost everyone in the business had freedom to pitch new ideas and work on new projects. So rather than having a specific research and development division, everyone was expected to innovate. As a result, the whole of Tencent's workforce were actively monitoring the market for new apps and ideas they could essentially rip off and incorporate into QQ. Even Pony himself said in an interview at the time, "I don't blindly innovate. The smartest approach is to learn from the best examples and then try to surpass them." Pony pointed out that this is exactly what American tech giants like Microsoft and Google did as well. But in China, it really was the Wild West where anyone could just blatantly copy anyone else with no protection. And to be fair, this wasn't one way. Whilst Tencent copied others copied Tencent as well. But because Tencent's QQ software gave them access to hundreds of millions of Chinese users, it meant they could then divert that attention to the new features they launched, giving them a huge advantage. Before long, Tencent had a notorious reputation as a killer copycat.
At one point, its reputation fell so low, it was embroiled in a full-blown media controversy, and peers openly accused and scolded it for violating copyrights.
And Tencent's reputation took an even bigger hit after a battle with a security company called Qihoo that offered a popular antivirus software called 360 Safeguard. Tencent had decided they wanted to get into the security market as well, so they'd created their own very similar version of Qihoo's security software called QQ Doctor. And because they could simply integrate it into the already very popular QQ software, they almost immediately gained a 40% market share in China. So Qihoo decided to fight back by launching a big media campaign accusing Tencent of spying on its users, saying Tencent accessed user data and files on people's devices it didn't have permission to. Tencent sued Qihoo as a result, but in the court of public opinion this backfired, as it looked like a bigger company just trying to silence a smaller company with legal threats, rather than actually trying to demonstrate their innocence. And then Tencent made an extremely bold move. They informed users that Qihoo's software was not compatible with QQ, meaning users had to choose either keep Qihoo's security software or keep their beloved chat app that connects them to all their friends and family. You couldn't use both. If QQ detected Qihoo 360 Safeguard on your system, QQ stopped working. But Tencent's gamble paid off. Tencent knew that ultimately, most users were too connected to QQ to abandon it. So Qihoo were mostly the ones who lost users instead. People just switched to QQ's antivirus software, which was very similar anyway. It was yet another victory for Tencent, and proof of how easily they could launch a new internet service and almost immediately become the market leader. In the media, headlines such as Tencent Empire out of control started to appear, as this was clearly monopolistic to essentially ban your users from using a competitor's product. But interestingly, the Chinese government showed no interest in intervening. They seemed quite happy to sit back and let Tencent grow. Only later would it become clear why. But with no regulations or laws to stop them, between 2005 and 2010, Tencent's revenue went from $200 million to $2.9 billion. However, as Tencent continued their expansion in China, opening up more internet services and then leveraging QQ's massive user base to make them popular, eventually they realized a new strategy might be needed. For a while, Tencent had simply been trying to work on everything, competing in loads of different sectors and making clones of all different internet services and just seeing what worked. Basically, they tried to compete everywhere, rather than playing to their own strengths. And really, Tencent's biggest strength was in leveraging its QQ chat platform with hundreds of millions of users to direct traffic to other places, like they'd done with news and gaming. So as their copycat reputation got worse, one Tencent executive said, "There's a lot of great entrepreneurs outside, and if you turn every single one of them into your enemy, it's not a good thing. As a company, you can't actually hire those entrepreneurs, so what are you going to do? Investment is actually the best way to get a piece of their action." Thus, Tencent began shifting its strategy towards investing in Chinese companies instead of always trying to directly compete against them and crush them. For example, Tencent paid $448 million for 36.5% of China's third largest search engine, and merged their own search product into that, rather than competing. Tencent was now willing to back a champion rather than do everything itself. Essentially, Tencent's new strategy was almost to become a startup incubator. It would invest in businesses and take some of their equity, and then build an ecosystem of connected companies that it could help grow using its existing user base and infrastructure. Another example was when Tencent combined with China's second largest online retailer, JD.com. Tencent had no real expertise in e-commerce themselves, and so they figured it made sense to just back one of the most prominent companies in the industry in exchange for equity, and then leverage their own internet traffic, experience, and capital to help the company they backed succeed. As a result, Tencent became a kingmaker. As support from Tencent could help ensure a company was successful, and from Tencent's perspective, it meant they massively reduced operational complexity as they weren't doing literally everything themselves anymore. Before long, Tencent was one of China's biggest investment companies, and QQ was now much more than a chat software. It was a portal to many other internet services that Tencent had either created or invested in, and thus, QQ seemed unstoppable. But interestingly, the one app that would eventually surpass QQ was also created by Tencent.
Arby's 2 for $5 chicken wrap snack attack.
Dry, dull skin. Use Hydro Boost Water Cream, a derm-tested cream that offers 9 times the hydration. Made with hyaluronic acid, its creamy, lightweight texture melts into the skin for replenished, dewy, glowy skin. Grab at your nearest store today.
Tencent had already succeeded with QQ's desktop chat app, which had now evolved into a website portal with online games and other internet services. But in 2010, mobile internet was beginning to rise in popularity very quickly. Many Chinese people began using a smartphone but not a computer. Pony was paranoid that with the switch to mobile happening, a new startup could displace their dominance. So he decided Tencent needed to create this new startup themselves. Internally within Tencent, Pony created 3 separate teams to work on a new mobile messaging app, meaning they were competing against each other, and also competing against Tencent's desktop app QQ. This practice of teams internally competing at Tencent is normal. In fact, the culture of Tencent has been described as a shark womb, referencing how some unborn sharks cannibalize siblings in the womb to ensure their own survival. So basically, rather than put all their eggs in one basket, multiple teams at Tencent work on a concept, like a new mobile chat app in this case, and the best survives. Or as Pony himself has said, you either wait for someone else to kill you, or you do it yourself first. So Tencent began work on their mobile chat app that they wanted to essentially be a clone of WhatsApp and Kik, a free mobile chat app where people could send messages to their contacts using Wi-Fi or mobile data. Interestingly, Tencent had actually tried to buy WhatsApp for $10 billion rather than starting a new app from scratch. But because Pony Ma had to have back surgery, the discussions got delayed. In that time, Mark Zuckerberg swooped in and bought WhatsApp for $19 billion. And something the possibility of Tencent buying WhatsApp prompted Zuckerberg to close the deal so quickly. Either way, after the WhatsApp deal fell through, Tencent decided to pursue their own chat apps instead, and in January 2011, they launched WeChat. Although in China, it has the name Weixin. Unlike QQ, which had been developed for desktops, WeChat was specifically made for mobile. Despite this, the app was not a massive hit right away, but it did start to gain traction in China when Tencent added a feature called Push to Talk, which allowed people to easily record a voice note, and it would convert what you said into a text message. This was immediately a very popular feature, but once again, it was copied from someone else, an app called TalkBox. You see, at first, Tencent had offered to buy TalkBox, but whilst negotiations were ongoing, Tencent just replicated TalkBox's app within WeChat by themselves, and inevitably beat TalkBox with their superior resources. In later years, companies in China would learn that an offer from Tencent was actually an offer you couldn't refuse. You either lose your company by selling to them, or lose your company by them copying and crushing you. At least if you sell your company, you make some money. When Pony was asked about this at a conference in China, he said, "In America, when you bring an idea to market, you usually have several months before competition pops up, allowing you to capture significant market share. In China, you can have hundreds of competitors within the first hours of going live. Ideas are not important in China, execution is." So WeChat was now gaining momentum in China, and just like QQ, Tencent did not want to keep it as just a chat application. In fact, because WeChat was a mobile app that people would always have with them wherever they were, Pony quickly realized that the amount of services they could connect to WeChat was seemingly limitless. For example, within WeChat's app, Tencent introduced a feature called Moments, basically their version of Facebook or Instagram, a real-time social media feed of posts, images, and articles. Following the success of this, they added a blogging service called Public Accounts, so people could write articles which could then be shared on Moments. There was also official accounts, allowing publishers to distribute content and businesses to distribute products and services.
This would be like the equivalent of following their newsletter, for example. But nobody in China really uses emails very much, so they're more likely to use WeChat to follow brands that they're interested in.
By 2012, WeChat had 100 million users. Remember, it only launched in 2011, thus making it the fastest social media growth in history, taking only 433 days to hit 100 million users. For context, it took Facebook around 5 years. A year later, in 2013, WeChat was at 300 million users. But the key to WeChat's eventual dominance in China was that Tencent just kept bundling more features in this same app. For example, they added quirky features like Drift Bottle, which was a service within WeChat to help people find new friends or dates. You essentially put either a voice or text message in a virtual bottle, throw it into a virtual sea, and then another random user picks it up and decides whether to reply to your message or throw it back for someone else to get. This actually became a really popular feature, with many Chinese people making genuine friendships and relationships through it. And for some people, it became a hookup app. Tencent also created Friends Nearby for a similar purpose, which was like an early version of Tinder and helped WeChat grow even faster. But one of the most crucial developments for WeChat came about kind of by accident. You see, in China, it's a tradition that during the Lunar New Year, people charitably give away red envelopes and packets containing money. So WeChat decided to create a red packet function with
Who trained you?
episode premiere June 4th, only on Disney+.
Feed your wild side, whatever that is.
In their app, so people could digitally send red packets to people, which transferred real money to their accounts. During that holiday, over 75 million red packets were sent via WeChat. This led Tencent to a clear realization: mobile payments were the future. This feature that was meant to be a fun little temporary thing over the holidays ended up leading Tencent to create WeChat Pay, their mobile payments platform to digitally transfer money. Before long, WeChat's wallet feature was not just used to send payments to other people, but as a way to pay for things in shops, and in fact, basically anything where money needed to be sent or paid. Rather than carrying around a credit or debit card, it was easier to just use WeChat since their bank details were already connected.
They won't ask for cash because nobody's really paying for anything with cash nowadays in China. In fact, even if you give them cash, they might not actually be able to accept it.
Once again, this may seem like an obvious feature today, but back in 2013 when it launched in China, this mobile payment function was an incredible feature, and hence helped WeChat become even more popular. And as more people in China started predominantly using smartphones, eventually WeChat surpassed QQ. Even though they were both started as chat services run by Tencent, WeChat was definitely better for mobile, and mobile was becoming much more widely used in China. By 2015, WeChat crossed 500 million users. Of course, whilst the app name hasn't changed, chatting is now just a tiny fraction of what WeChat does. Which leads us to the most crucial feature of all for WeChat, the feature that turned it into the super app it is today that dominates the lives of almost everyone in China. In January 2017, WeChat launched a feature called Mini Programs that allows users to access tens of thousands of other apps within WeChat's own app, completely bypassing the need for an app store. So for example, instead of you having to download a separate app for every single restaurant, hotel, or shop you go to, they'd all just have a mini program within WeChat. This not only allowed WeChat to connect itself to people's offline lives as well as online, but it helped cement WeChat as the everything app. Even before this, Tencent had created so many of their own services bundled into WeChat, like payments, games, and dating, but this mini programs feature meant there was basically no need to even have other apps on your phone, because services from other businesses were now available via WeChat as well. For example, China's dominant ride-sharing platform Didi have their own mini program within WeChat. So if you want a taxi, you don't need a separate app. Or there's a mini program within WeChat for food delivery or tracking parcels and pretty much everything else you can think of. So to demonstrate this, let's imagine for a moment you're a Chinese citizen and you're meeting a friend for dinner. You call them through WeChat to confirm the plans, you book your taxi to the restaurant via WeChat, in the taxi you play games and browse the news via WeChat, send your friend your location via WeChat, access the restaurant's mini program via WeChat, which means you can view their menu via WeChat, then take a photo of your food and post it on your social feed, which is on WeChat, pay for your meal via WeChat. Then afterwards, if you want to go and watch a movie, guess what? You book your tickets through WeChat. Essentially, imagine your life without a smartphone at all, and in China, that's what life would be like without WeChat. Okay, I think I've said the word WeChat too many times. But anyway, as a result of this mini programs feature, Tencent has essentially become the gatekeeper to the market for other businesses, since people don't really need to use the App Store when WeChat has everything inside of it. So companies almost have to partner with Tencent in order for their services to be used. But this means Tencent can effectively tax all other companies by taking a percentage of the revenue generated through their mini programs.
WeChat is linked to other companies, so you go through WeChat to another app or website and then you buy through there, but you pay with your WeChat.
Now, what's interesting is that an all-in-one everything app like this has been suggested outside of China as well. In fact, even quite recently, Elon Musk talked about X, a super app similar to WeChat.
If you're in China, it's basically, you kind of live on WeChat, it does everything. And we don't have anything like that outside of China. Such an app would be really useful.
But it was quickly shut down. We have enough concerns about big tech and social media without one single company controlling everything. But now you can see why Tencent has become a money machine, because unlike many of the big tech giants in the West, such as Facebook and Google, Tencent doesn't need to rely so heavily on advertising revenue. In fact, some Tencent staff joke about how Facebook's business model is very primitive. There's a quote from a Tencent employee saying, "When you have 1 billion users, the last thing you should be thinking about is how do I sell them a ton of ads. What you should be thinking of instead is how to ensure you keep these users happy so you don't drive them away because you're annoying the hell out of them."
Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is here. Save up to 70% off now through May 28th.
Yes! There's nothing more powerful than you. Making your thing happen. Really going for it. Doing business on your terms. Giving it your all. Making a difference. And loving what you do. Every single day. Feeling fearless, fulfilled, free. when there's nothing holding you back? What would your thing be?
And that's what's notable about WeChat. It has kept a pretty clean interface and doesn't spam users with ads. It doesn't need to. They make so much money through microtransactions since they're involved in so many aspects of people's lives. When you have over 1 billion people using your app for so many different parts of their life every single day, those small fees on every transaction add up in a massive way.
How would you describe it to you? How important is it?
Half of my life.
Basically, everybody there uses it. At least everybody I know that is age 70 or younger in China uses WeChat.
Basically, the app can help you with all aspects of life, literally, in China.
However, given that WeChat dominates people's lives in China, you may wonder why it's not so popular outside of China. Whilst we don't have confirmation of exactly how many people use it outside of China, estimates suggest possibly up to around 100 million, which is decent, but it's a tiny fraction compared to the well over 1 billion people inside of China who use WeChat. And most of the people who use WeChat outside of China are Chinese expats living abroad, or people needing to connect with others who are in China. So, if WeChat is so useful in China, why didn't the rest of the world adopt it? Why doesn't Tencent expand more in other countries? Well, this is where things get dark. The simple answer is that the same reason Tencent's apps are so big in China is precisely the reason they're not so big anywhere else. It's time to look at Tencent's complicated relationship with the Chinese government. Before we get into Tencent's current relationship with the CCP, it's important to understand how things all began. In 1979, the then leader of China designated an area called Shenzhen as the first test zone of his new economic plans. This would be the first part of China where capitalist business models were allowed, and this began China's rapid ascent to becoming a global superpower. Nowadays, Shenzhen has been dubbed the Silicon Valley of China, as it's home to many of China's tech giants, including Tencent. But the Chinese government's plan was essentially to give some Chinese companies a huge amount of freedom as long as they were benefiting the country overall. So when companies like Tencent and Alibaba capitalized on the internet and built massive user bases, China was happy to allow them to build such dominant companies by any means necessary without any real regulation, as long as they were benefiting China and the CCP overall. They felt it elevated the image of China and Chinese entrepreneurship by having these hugely successful companies. It also meant that rather than foreign companies succeeding in China, like the big American tech giants, instead local Chinese companies would dominate, as the government made it mandatory for foreign companies to partner with a local Chinese company. And finally, the CCP knew that if some Chinese companies became huge empires, then they could invest in lots of other companies, both in China and abroad, thus by proxy allowing China to have a lot of influence on the world and control the narrative they want. So basically, for the Chinese government, Tencent was an appealing prospect. Having access to so much data was great for government surveillance and censorship, and understanding the psyche of its citizens.
Physicians who were on the front lines, who were warning about the pandemic even before it had a name, had their communications censored.
WeChat routinely blocks accounts for discussing issues like the pandemic or human rights abuses in Xinjiang.
I went to my father and threatened him.
Wow.
And said that if your daughter doesn't stop talking about human rights, we are going to persecute your family like in the Cultural Revolution.
After their accounts are blocked, users say that the police come in to question them.
这是说白了，这是集中营。这个时候就通过监控来指定，抓什么样的人。很多人他不知道为什么被抓，不知道把他送到哪里，不知道什么时候放出来。
The problem is the app is so crucial for existence in China that users cannot even give it up.
So China was mostly happy to not interfere and let Tencent continue to grow its dominance, even if it sometimes used anti-competitive tactics. Of course, the CCP were wary of how much power this gave.
New Neutrogena Sport, non-greasy formula to give you winning protection.
Gave Tencent, which is why their relationship is not as straightforward as you might think. They knew it was important to make sure Tencent was very closely aligned with the CCP and give them reminders that if Tencent stopped being useful to the Chinese government, Tencent's power could just as easily be taken away. But anyway, let's talk about what this partnership actually means. Tencent's stance is that in order to comply with China's legal and regulatory requirements, it can process and handle private information without requiring user consent in certain situations. Those situations being if the Chinese government wants us to. The CCP reportedly have a direct line to the desks of Tencent product managers and are able to order deletions whenever they want, or monitor specific accounts and specific phrases in both public and private posts. One particularly intimidating policy change in 2017 was that group admins on WeChat were made personally liable for whatever was said on group chats they run. Many simply deleted their groups as a result. Tencent also feeds data to China's social credit scoring system, which can affect what citizens can do. All that information they have, like payment history, real-time location, who you're associated with, can allow the government to create an incredibly detailed picture of who you are, what you buy, and how you behave, thus allowing the government to give you a score of how trustworthy you are as a citizen.
They're constantly monitored by facial recognition cameras that are able to instantly put a face to a name. Now, the Chinese are also ranked. It's aggregating data gathered by banks, private companies, and the state to rate if someone's a good or bad citizen. A good score brings benefits, but people with low scores lose rights. The cinema names and shames people considered untrustworthy, plastering their details, even their addresses, across big screens. Among them is this journalist Liu Hu. He got a little too close to uncovering corruption among high-profile party members. He was blacklisted. He only realized when he tried to buy a train ticket and was told he was banned from traveling.
But as Tencent grew larger, it seems the CCP became more demanding. Tencent has to employ hundreds, possibly thousands of their own censors, whose job it is to block anti-government posts. Tencent then began deleting lots more posts and suspending accounts that stepped out of line. There are multiple examples of creators, such as blogger Laura Lian, who had hundreds of thousands of fans reading her work, but after making one comment the CCP didn't like, her account was deleted without warning and her income gone. And thus, whilst Chinese citizens clearly enjoy the convenience of WeChat, which admittedly is such a useful app, in the back of people's minds, they're aware that their every move and comment is documented, something which the CCP openly remind people of. Whatever Tencent can see, the Chinese government can see. And so it's kind of crazy that over 1 billion people have opted to sacrifice all aspects of their privacy and free speech for convenience. There's apparently a joke in China that if you order too much food via WeChat, you might get the police tracking you thinking you're harboring fugitives. Now, to be fair here, I really do not believe Tencent set out to create a government surveillance tool. This wasn't some evil plan. Tencent was started by some entrepreneurs wanting to build a business like anyone else, but they managed to create something so popular that the only way the CCP would allow it was if they had some control too. So Tencent didn't really have any choice but to fall in line. Pony is a pragmatic businessman and knows he has to keep the government on side. Hence, when a reporter asked him about censorship at a tech conference, Pony seemed to side with the government by saying, "Lots of people think that they can speak out and that they can be irresponsible. I think that's wrong." Now, to be fair, we have no idea how Pony really feels, but he knows what would happen if he spoke out against the CCP in any way. And the reality is that China's laws require all companies to hand over data if requested. In fact, it's reported that many companies in China have a special office at their headquarters called the Internet Security Police Room, where Chinese public security forces can intervene in company operations or track certain users. Which brings us back to the question, why isn't WeChat as popular outside of China? It's not like Tencent didn't try at all. They do have an English version of their app and even ran big marketing campaigns like this advert with Messi to try and promote WeChat to the world.
WeChat, the new way to connect. Download it now for free. Free voice and text messages. We love, we share WeChat.
However, one of the most fundamental reasons for its limited international appeal is clearly because of this surveillance and censorship. Research from Citizen Lab found that the Chinese government does monitor and censor confidential information sent via Tencent's apps, even from users outside of China.
Spectrum Internet te da las velocidades más confiables y sin límite de datos.
Obtén Spectrum Internet desde $29.99 al mes con Wi-Fi avanzado gratis, modem gratis y una línea de móvil plan ilimitado gratis. Ahora con nuestro precio garantizado por 2 años.
Únete a las familias que se están cambiando a Spectrum.
For example, I saw a story where one person in a private group chat had sent some news about pro-democracy protests in Hong Kong and was confused when nobody else in the group responded. She only later found out nobody else could even see her messages, as her private messages had been censored without her knowing it. Any taboo issues like mentions of Tiananmen Square or Tibet are censored on Tencent apps, regardless of if you're in China or not. So basically, just because you were using a Tencent app outside of China doesn't mean that Tencent wouldn't still have to supply any of your data to the CCP if they requested it. Remember, Tencent have to stay on China's good side. and thus many people understandably have some fear about one company, especially a company with ties to the CCP, having all of their info on every aspect of their life. Thus, whilst surveillance and censorship is what allowed Tencent to become dominant in China, as it meant the CCP let them grow so big, outside of China, that has scared users off. But it's not the only reason WeChat isn't as popular outside of China. The second reason is that every country has different requirements. WeChat works so well because it's perfectly tailored to China, but for the app to be so effective elsewhere, every country would need their own WeChat version with services specifically suited to their country. Thirdly, since China is such a massive market, it made more sense for Tencent to go deep into that market where they already had lots of momentum, rather than diverting resources to start from scratch in other countries. After all, China has a population of over 1.4 billion people, more than 4 times the entire population of the US. But the one downside of doubling down on China was that Tencent didn't get the first mover advantage in other countries. So if WeChat did want to try and become more popular in the US, for example, it would somehow have to compete against so many different established companies who've already managed to get their apps ingrained in people's lives. But the final reason WeChat didn't work so well abroad is simply that it's historically been the case that Chinese tech companies struggle outside of China, just as American companies struggle inside China. However, of course, there has been one very notable exception recently: TikTok. A Chinese app which truly has managed to go global, and this leads us to one of Tencent's most fascinating battles. In China, once your business reaches a certain size, you normally have to sell to or partner with one of the big 3, Baidu, Alibaba, or Tencent. But TikTok and its parent company ByteDance were the one notable exception. Now, if you've seen my video on the history of TikTok, you'll know that the Western social media giants like Facebook and Google completely dismissed the threat of TikTok until it was too late. They let TikTok become one of their biggest advertisers, thus letting them steal hundreds of millions of users from their platforms, as TikTok ran endless ads on YouTube and Facebook. Only years later would the American tech giants realize short-form content was here to stay and launched their own short video apps to compete. But by that point, TikTok had already become a massive hit through advertising on their platforms. Tencent, on the other hand, immediately realized TikTok's threat and carried out their usual playbook move. Tencent assembled a large team to recreate a very similar app to TikTok within WeChat and then run massive promotions to advertise it. Tencent also banned TikTok from advertising on their platforms and straight up just started blocking links or mentions of TikTok on its platforms like WeChat. It's interesting because when Elon Musk briefly blocked external links to competitors within Twitter, everyone went, "This is dumb." But in China, that's just part of the game, and an example of the anti-competitive tactics that have enabled China's biggest companies to build such huge businesses. Unfortunately for Tencent though, for once, this tactic didn't work. TikTok's biggest strength was its machine learning algorithm that very accurately showed users the content that would keep them on the platform longer. And thus, once people were hooked on TikTok's algorithm that already knew their preferences and was perfectly tailored to them, there was little incentive to switch to Tencent's copycat version and start over with an algorithm that didn't yet know their preferences so well. So TikTok's first mover advantage always gave them the edge. Things actually got heated between Tencent's founder Pony Ma and ByteDance's founder Zhang Yiming, because Zhang posted a screenshot of TikTok being the #1 most downloaded app in the world, and underneath criticized Tencent for making an almost clone version of TikTok and for banning TikTok within WeChat. Pony felt this public criticism was unfair, given this was a common practice in China, and he bluntly responded, "Your words can be regarded as slander." The heated public spat captivated China, as both CEOs were normally so mild-mannered and reserved, but it was clear no love was lost in this bitter rivalry. However, seeing TikTok succeed globally on such a huge scale, something which Tencent's own apps like WeChat have never managed to do, was definitely tough for Pony to take. But wait, hold on a second. Remember back at the beginning of this video, I said Tencent had a lot of influence all over the world? Well, if their 2 most popular products, QQ and WeChat, aren't that popular with people outside of China, why is Tencent considered such a dominant global company, with influence all over the world? To answer that, it's time for us to look at Tencent's genius bigger picture strategy for world domination. Pony Ma once called a meeting of Tencent's top managers and highest ranking employees to plot out Tencent's strategy. The meeting has since been dubbed the Conference of the Gods, since it was essentially a meeting of minds that would plot out Tencent's plans for domination, and the decisions made in that meeting would have serious ramifications for not just China, but the rest of the world. The main purpose of the meeting had been to establish what Tencent's core competitive advantages were, and how those could be exploited. The answer was fairly simple. Tencent's advantages were that they have huge amounts of traffic and money, far more than any competition, and thus the plan became, step 1, attract other businesses to launch their own mini programs via WeChat so they could leverage some of WeChat's traffic. Step 2, Tencent would then invest money into the businesses that were doing the best, since Tencent had all the data of which mini programs people were using, how often, and how much money they were spending. Step 3, after investing in certain businesses, Tencent could then artificially give more traffic to the companies it invests in, thus making them even more money, which they can also reinvest in even more companies. In other words, Tencent can cherry pick the best mini programs, invest in them, boost their popularity, and practically guarantee their investment is a big success. No other company in the world has quite the same level of data on user behavior to see what's popular, and then the ability to significantly increase their value further by promoting them within WeChat. It also creates synergies between Tencent's investments. For example, Tencent has a significant stake in Didi, which is China's equivalent of Uber, and through WeChat, Tencent can promote Didi more, thus giving it an unfair advantage and increase the value of its investment. But not just that, because Didi uses WeChat Pay, Tencent also takes transaction fees on every payment. It did the same thing after investing in the Chinese e-commerce company JD. Once Tencent owned part of the business, they massively increased JD's visibility within their apps to drive more sales. Of course, all of this was insanely lucrative for Tencent. But then came the next part of the plan, using some of the money it generates from its cash cows in China to invest in companies abroad, thus letting Tencent diversify away from China. This is particularly important for Tencent, because if their entire empire is only based in China, they are totally at the mercy of the Chinese government. So Tencent has acquired or invested in many hundreds of companies outside of China in all different industries, thus building a huge international portfolio. For example, Tencent became one of the largest shareholders of Tesla. Tencent also bought parts of Reddit and Discord. This did prompt some backlash and concerns, as some argue that if Tencent has access to a company's data, so does the CCP, and that through Tencent they can subtly influence decisions in these international companies and thus ultimately influence Western culture.
Since the Chinese government can use the apps for surveillance in China, that same could be done to users in the US.
It sounds extreme, but it's not unrealistic. Just look at the NBA example from earlier, where the coach backtracked on his comments and apologized after threats from Tencent and China. But to be fair here, Tencent do mostly seem to stay out of the way of the international companies they invest in, and just take an equity percentage and then not get too involved. Or at least, they haven't yet. As a result of this hands-off approach though, some accuse Tencent of basically abandoning innovation and now just essentially becoming a gigantic investment fund, funneling money from its apps in China into promising companies in other countries rather than creating much that's new or original itself. And they don't even really try and build their brand that much internationally. @Tencent on Twitter is actually suspended because someone had been holding the Twitter handle with a bio saying, "Daddy Tencent, come and buy my account." Basically, they were expecting Tencent to come and buy the @Tencent Twitter handle off them, but Tencent didn't bother. Building their brand internationally isn't a big priority for them. They're happy to just quietly invest abroad. Now, one of their most lucrative investments has been in gaming. The gaming industry is estimated to have generated $176 billion of revenue in 2021, almost 5 times the box office of the movie industry. And Tencent are essentially the biggest players in the market. Now, of course, even from the relatively early days of Tencent, they'd been experimenting with games themselves, especially mobile games. In fact, their game Honor of Kings is so popular in China that there's a black market where people pay for others to play the game for them to improve their ranking. As just like everything else in China, it's connected to WeChat. So some people pay better players to improve their game stats, as it's a bit of a social and status symbol. However, most of Tencent's original games were overly tailored to the Chinese market, often featuring Chinese propaganda to appease the CCP. And so it quickly became clear to Tencent that rather than trying to promote their own games abroad,
large trucks and buses need room. When they don't have room, crashes happen. Big, ugly, take up the highway, lives lost, cars totaled kind of crashes. Remember, the bigger the vehicle, the bigger the blind spot. You have now entered the no zone. Don't hang out in the no zones. Give them room to slow down. Make sure you can see their headlights in your rearview mirror before changing lanes. Put your phones down and keep your eyes on the road, because simple actions and more room save lives.
It made sense to find games with potential and just give them loads of money to help them grow quickly, and take a percentage of their company. As a result, Tencent is invested in studios that make some of the biggest global titles, such as League of Legends, Fortnite, World of Warcraft, Clash of Clans, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and the mobile version of Call of Duty. They also partnered with Roblox to bring their games to the Chinese market. But two of Tencent's most important investments were buying 100% of Riot Games and 40% of Epic Games, one of the world's most valuable startups. This not only gave them a stake in some of the most played games on the entire planet, but also investment in Epic Games' Unreal game engine, which has been described as the world's most advanced real-time 3D creation tool, and is used for all kinds of different projects. Whilst Tencent's investments in international game studios have been extremely lucrative, it's also brought some unwanted attention to the company. Many fans noticed that after Tencent acquired some of these popular games, there seemed to be more upgrades and unlockable content within the game that required additional payment. And some blamed this on Tencent being greedy, as they were clearly pushing for more microtransactions like is the norm in China. Another issue arose after acquiring Riot Games, as Tencent wanted to turn their most popular title, League of Legends, into a mobile game to make even more money from it. But the game developers didn't want to do this. That was never their vision of what the game should be, and since it was their game, they thought that was the end of the discussion. But they later found out Tencent had gone behind their back and made a rip-off of their game, which is where Honor of Kings came from. One Riot Games employee said, "We were stunned. They were blatantly ripping off our intellectual property." To add insult to injury, Tencent even used notable League of Legends players to promote their new game, which caused many people to assume Riot Games was actively involved with this new game, even though they weren't. To be fair to Tencent, they were right that a mobile version would be popular. By the end of 2017, Honor of Kings, the League of Legends inspired game, was the most popular mobile game in China. It was also in 2017 that Tencent overtook Facebook to become the 5th largest public company in the world. Their cash cow apps in China were more dominant than ever, and their international investments were paying off massively, thus extending Tencent's influence all across the planet. And it has to be said that nowadays, Tencent are truly great at finding ways to monetize. For example, Tencent's video platform, essentially their version of Netflix, now inserts extra ads into movies and TV series that weren't there in the original, such as adding extra billboards and signs in the background. Tencent's cloud hosting business has also become very profitable, just like Amazon Web Services that started off to host their own services, but then began selling it as a service to others. Plus, as if Tencent weren't already dominant enough, the outbreak of COVID was actually great for Tencent's revenue. People were at home on their phones more than ever, which meant using their services and playing their games more. Tencent generated $86 billion in 2021 alone, and $35 billion of net profit, making them one of the most profitable companies. And so you may think that would be the end of the story, that Tencent would be unstoppable. Many shareholders clearly thought so, as Tencent's market cap was approaching $1 trillion US. But in 2020, suddenly Tencent began to face a lot more scrutiny. Quite suddenly, Donald Trump began threatening to ban WeChat and other Chinese apps.
President Trump is making good on his threat to crack down on 2 popular Chinese-owned social media apps. He's signed executive orders banning TikTok and WeChat from operating in the US.
On the grounds that the Chinese Communist Party could use them to steal users' private data, censor anything critical of China, and help spread misinformation. Of course, there were definitely strong political motivations for this attack on Chinese apps and the subsequent executive order to ban them in the US. But even now with the Biden administration, there are continued investigations into these Chinese apps and whether they are a national security risk that should be banned. And thus, as one of China's biggest companies, Tencent was thrust into the international spotlight more than it would like. It may have taken a while, but it seemed people were finally realizing the influence that Tencent, and thus China, actually had. Luckily for Tencent, their strategy of taking minority stakes in international companies gave them a lot of protection. For example, even if the US did want to take action against Tencent.
Before Shopify, were you wondering, where are my sales at? But now you're selling with Shopify. You're easily selling online, in person, and beyond. Discover how millions of entrepreneurs use Shopify to ignite their selling. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/YouTube audio.
It's not like they would ban Reddit or Discord just because Tencent had invested a lot of money in them. The only risk was governments banning apps Tencent fully owned and created, like WeChat. But as we know, most of their users are in China. So Pony figured this negative media attention in the US wasn't going to cause too much damage to Tencent's empire overall. As long as Tencent was on good terms with the Chinese government, things should work out. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing maybe things were going to be okay after all. But then, quite suddenly, Pony's worst nightmare became a reality. You see, Tencent has faced a lot of business battles. We've seen them go to war against Chinese companies like Qihoo, big American companies like Microsoft, and even political battles like with the US government. But there is one enemy Pony Ma most certainly did not want. One enemy that could genuinely destroy them: the Chinese government. Hey guys, before we get to the next part of the story, I just want to say that if you find these videos interesting, please consider turning on notifications for Magnates Media. I'm working on some even bigger projects right now, so if you want to make sure you see them when they're ready, just hit the notification bell now. Also, I just want to say a massive thank you for watching this channel. These videos do take a long while to make, so honestly, I really appreciate all your comments and support. So yeah, thank you for everything, and now let's get back to the story. In 2018, rumors of a change in government policy began to spread, and then one day, Chinese regulators suddenly stopped approving all new games from being released. The CCP said it felt kids were becoming addicted to video games, and they were also growing concerned about how violent some games were. One government publication described online games as spiritual opium. When the CCP announced a ban of kids under 18 playing games for more than 3 hours a week.
People under age 18 are now allowed just 3 hours of gaming a week.
Tencent's stock price immediately started to fall. Later that year, Tencent's profit fell for the first time in over a decade, largely because it couldn't release or monetize new games due to this new government policy. To appease the Chinese government, Tencent had to make big changes. For example, Tencent introduced facial recognition in their games and began using police databases to verify the identities of its users and their ages. That way, it could ensure people weren't playing games unsuitable for their age, and also that they weren't spending too much time playing. Tencent also had to change the nature of some of its games to ensure they aligned with the CCP's values. For example, one of their most popular games, PUBG, previously involved 100 people killing each other until one person is left. But Tencent had to change it completely. They rebranded it as Game for Peace, and the story instead became about patriotic warriors. The violence was removed, and blood was replaced with green liquid. When someone gets shot, instead of dying, the character simply waves back and disappears. The game was filled with banners of nationalist slogans and patriotic propaganda. Basically, the game was completely censored, and as some users pointed out, turned into a pro-government propaganda machine. Whilst most people didn't like it, they had no choice. Tencent had realized that despite their huge power and wealth, they were still completely at the mercy of the Chinese government. And then, things got much worse. In October 2020, Jack Ma's company, the Ant Group, a gigantic fintech company in China, was preparing for its IPO. It was all approved and ready to go, and then Jack Ma gave a big speech where he seemed to publicly speak out against the Chinese government. More specifically, he openly criticized China's traditional finance industry and its regulators. Shortly afterwards, the Ant Group IPO was abruptly cancelled, supposedly by order of the Chinese president himself. Then, Jack's other company, Alibaba, became the subject of an antitrust investigation, with allegations of using anti-competitive monopolistic practices. And then Jack Ma, a guy who was always happy to take the limelight and do speeches and interviews and high-profile events, just suddenly disappeared. All of his planned public appearances were cancelled, and it seemed like he'd been exiled. In fact, some questioned if he was even still alive. Now, it's worth pointing out, Tencent and Alibaba have been rivals for years, directly competing in so many different industries in China as the country's two most dominant conglomerates. So when Jack Ma spoke out and faced immediate punishment, Pony Ma must have thought he'd won. But little did he know, Jack's actions would be the domino that began Tencent's downfall as well. It turns out the Chinese government was not just going after Jack Ma and his companies, but all of China's big tech giants.
Bounce back fast from heartburn with new Tums Gummy Bites.
In 2021, several other large Chinese tech companies, including Tencent, received huge fines for essentially being monopolies. The fines added up to billions of dollars. The CCP had allowed big tech almost free rein for years, and now it was reining those tech giants back in. Now, to say that Jack's public criticism of the government was the reason for what happened next is probably not true. That incident was likely just the straw that broke the camel's back. In truth, China for a while had been growing concerned about just how powerful some of these companies were becoming. China's leader often promotes the idea of common prosperity, and the tech sector had definitely created a large wealth gap in the country. Trying to limit that inequality would definitely be popular with many Chinese citizens. The Chinese government also expressed national security concerns of their own, given all the data these companies like Tencent have. Because sure, China likes having that data for themselves, but letting any single corporation dominate too much could be a risk for China. So as well as the fines and some executives being forced to step down, new regulations were introduced to limit the power of some of these tech companies. Of course, the stock prices of Chinese businesses began to plummet. It's estimated $1.5 trillion of value was wiped off Chinese tech companies' valuations due to the crackdown. Tencent in particular has lost over $500 billion off its market cap, more than half its value, since the crackdown began. And to be honest, many were surprised Tencent were even dragged into this, because unlike Jack Ma, who publicly spoke out, Tencent were known for being extremely cooperative with regulators and the government. They were always compliant with policies and never publicly critical of the CCP, and yet Tencent was definitely targeted. As well as facing anti-monopoly investigations and big fines, their new games stopped being approved, and new deals they wanted to make were blocked. And part of the reason may have been that the CCP didn't think Tencent was actually doing enough to help the state. You see, China had got into a difficult position. As a result of sky-high rent costs, its controversial zero-COVID policy, and many extended lockdowns, many citizens were unhappy, and soon huge protests and riots broke out. And it's clear some of this would have been organized and word spread through Tencent's apps like WeChat. Because although Tencent do employ a lot of sensors to try and monitor things, controlling the discourse of over 1 billion people isn't always easy. There are ways around it. Like in China, some people simply hold up a blank piece of paper as a protest symbol, since that way it's hard for Tencent software to detect any wrongdoing. In other words, Tencent was inadvertently giving a voice to people to speak out through its apps. And so perhaps the government began to see Tencent's dominance as less of a good thing. But the other reason for all of this is not so specifically about Tencent, and more just that the CCP perhaps felt big tech in general had grown too powerful and the government needed even more control, and to remind everyone who's really in charge. So basically, it seems China had achieved what they wanted to. By not having much regulation for years, they'd allowed Chinese businesses to thrive, they'd got their surveillance tools like WeChat, and enabled Chinese companies to invest internationally to give China some influence abroad. But now that they'd achieved what they set out to, it seems the CCP wanted to send a message that even the wealthiest and most influential Chinese entrepreneurs and companies are not above the party or the law. Tencent perhaps grew too large for the Chinese government and needed to be tamed. And of course, it should be pointed out that many of the new regulations and laws to prevent monopolies made sense. It only seemed extremely aggressive because for so long there'd been almost no regulation, and within a couple of years a lot had changed. But in the midst of all of this, Pony began showing up for less and less public events, even missing his company's own annual party. And as Tencent's valuation continued to fall, some began to question what was going to happen to Pony Ma and his business empire. Before we get to the next chapter, did you know that when shopping online, shipping costs are the #1 cause of abandoned carts? So if you sell absolutely anything online yourself, you're gonna want to know about today's sponsor, ShipStation. These days, cheap and fast shipping has become the standard customers expect, and this means it can be hard for smaller e-commerce businesses to compete on shipping prices and delivery times. But that's where ShipStation comes in to save the day. They have the best discounts in the industry, so you'll never have to worry about overpaying for shipping again. For example, you can get up to 84% of USPS and UPS rates. And not only does ShipStation help you lower shipping costs, it easily integrates everywhere you sell online, including Amazon, Etsy, eBay, Shopify, and more, thus giving you one easy dashboard to manage all your orders in one place, saving you time and letting you give your customers a better experience. So keep growing your business all year long with ShipStation. Go to shipstation.com/magnates today and sign up now for your free 60-day trial. That's shipstation.com/magnates to get started now for free. Before we get to this final chapter on what the future may hold for Tencent, let's just quickly summarize where we're up to, as we've covered a lot here and I think we could all use a very quick recap. So, Tencent started out by copying a chat software and by tailoring it to the Chinese market. They then turned it into more of a social media platform, just as the era of desktop computing was exploding.
Why did we get internet from this cell phone company?
The Ball Brothers! Here to save you with super fast, reliable Spectrum internet.
Switch now.
Tencent then used their resources to jump on the wave of mobile internet growth and became an essential part of Chinese people's lives by creating WeChat for mobile. They then utilized the insane traffic they were getting from QQ and WeChat to diversify into other more lucrative opportunities like gaming and video. Tencent's approach to rivals was to clone their product or service and then drive vast amounts of traffic to it thanks to QQ and WeChat. If that didn't work, they'd buy out the company instead or buy a large stake in it. And Tencent continually kept reinvesting profits to either clone or buy other services and often swallow them into WeChat. Eventually, Tencent had a whole ecosystem of influential companies, but the reason they were able to often use anti-competitive tactics and expand so rapidly was because of ties to the Chinese government, who used their apps for surveillance and censorship. This limited the appeal of Tencent's apps outside of China, and so they began investing in international companies instead, including many of the biggest game developers and companies such as Reddit and Discord. Tencent became one of the largest companies on the planet, but once China began its crackdown on big tech companies in order to rein them in after they'd become so powerful, Tencent's valuation began to fall. Phew. Okay, so that's where we're at, but what next? Well, the cracks have definitely been showing for Tencent. There have already been layoffs over the last few years, and Pony recently blasted employees for being lazy, saying you're chilling on the weekends, playing ball, and began demanding a lot more from his team in an uncharacteristically aggressive speech. But to be honest, Tencent should be fine. They are still an absolutely massive company worth hundreds of billions of dollars with huge influence still. The crackdowns may have stunted their plans a little, but Tencent is still a very powerful company, WeChat still dominates the lives of people in China, and Tencent will continue investing in companies abroad. Tencent even had some good news within China in September 2022, when for the first time in over 15 months, it got its first new game license approved, a new mobile game called Health Defense. The game was about public health and had very clearly been produced to please the Chinese government. And that is perhaps the one thing that will change. Tencent will have to be even more closely aligned with the CCP to ensure there's no further issues. For example, Tencent was actually one of the major investors in the movie Top Gun Maverick, but they decided to pull out of the project over concerns that the film's themes could anger the Chinese government. Tencent has also partnered with the CCP's propaganda department to help promote their worldview and socialist values. Like, they released a game, Clap for Xi Jinping, a game where you literally just clap for the president to show your appreciation. So basically, it seems clear that Tencent is trying harder than ever to stay in the Chinese government's good books. And I mean, they don't really have a choice. As for what's next for Tencent though, that's a question Pony is almost certainly thinking about often. He was early to catch the rise of desktop computing, and then early to double down on the rise of mobile internet as well. So can Tencent catch the next wave, whatever that may be? For example, some believe the metaverse could be a big part of our future, and Tencent are arguably even better positioned than Meta for building the metaverse given their dominance in gaming and virtual worlds already. But then again, the CCP probably wouldn't want a metaverse that they couldn't have a lot of oversight in, so that probably limits Tencent's chances of building a global metaverse. And thus, the eternal struggle for Tencent to keep China and the rest of the world happy will continue. But what can't be denied is that Tencent is ultimately an incredible business success story. Whilst this video has of course looked at some of the controversy surrounding Tencent, they've also done a lot of good too and made some incredibly useful apps. So there is definitely plenty of lessons to learn here. There's a quote I like a lot, that you have to learn the rules of the game and then you have to play better than anyone else. And I think Tencent is a great example of that. They literally went from being a tiny company on the edge of bankruptcy to one of the world's most valuable companies. And so I hope you've enjoyed this journey through Tencent's history. But now, since we've just looked at one of China's most influential companies, I think it's only fair we do the same with one of America's